Dude, when school's in session, the extra credit in this bad boy is great. I'm curious about this piece today. Yes? You have actual? I am. I shall. I was like, yes. Could you use a flashlight or a Joe Green pocket knife? Because I got both. Do what I really to do. It's like the Joe Green laboratory. Just because. Hi. Okay. This is one of my favorite meetings of the year. You get to see all the guys at Station News Live. And you like, you see all the stories and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Good crew. Are you responsible for this?
No. This is just extra credit. And a hero and stuff. Hey. Katie, I was like, hey, you're good. And she said something that doesn't make you focus. I'm like, I'm just trying to focus to get out of this chair right now. And to be honest, like, I knew I had time to like make things super cool. But yes, it was such a good yeah. So good. Uh-huh. About to start producing, mass producing the turtles. It's like, I think most of them, like the heroes and the families. To be like, we love roundabouts, or we love you know, like some of them are, yeah, they're like, I think it's great. We should be doing the same thing over and over again. We confuse each other. Like, okay, I like it. That's why I asked. I tell my kids, I was like, you know what, Dad, your promise? I go out, you're old. You like to drive around in a $3,000 car and you try to sell on music, doing your thing, and you don't think about people walking and driving. And you know what I said? I said, what?
All right, guys. I'm gonna use the gavel. All right? Yeah. Right. Welcome, everyone. We're going to begin our meeting right now. So, if you would, please find a seat and come to order. And we'll come back out of closed session with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
All right, and our city attorney, Walter Chung, will bring us out of closed session.
The city council took no reportable action in closed session today.
And Deputy Mayor Karina Contreras is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
All right, everybody, please stand up. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge.
Yesterday was the 22nd anniversary of the day that our lives were forever changed as a result of terrorist attacks against the United States. Let us take a pause for a moment and pay tribute to all of those who lost their lives, all the men and women who responded to the call of duty that day, and to all those who've suffered since. We acknowledge the living who serve our country, and we thank them for the great sacrifices that they make for us every day. So if you would, please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you. For our invocation this evening, we have Celia Tegdiri with Baha'i Faith. Thank you for being with us.
O thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated by the message of thy glad tidings. O God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees, and render this just government victorious. Confirm this reverend nation to appraise the standard of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. O God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors and deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious and near to thee through thy bounty and bestowal. Abdul Baha.
Thank you very much. And our city clerk has some procedural statements.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you're ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your sheet. Thank you.
To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk, secretary, staff here on the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the doors to the chambers. For the members of the public participating through Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak with the raise hand feature on your screen, or press *9 on your touchtone phone. We will announce when to raise your hand and to indicate that you would like to make a comment on a specific item being discussed. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the City Council. And I will go to our City Manager, John Conley, for the approval of our agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. And we have 2 presentations this evening, and I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me at the lectern. Well, I think I speak for the entire council when I say we're really excited to be doing something that we haven't done in a long time, but it's long overdue. We're going to be making some commendations of our local Vista heroes this evening. And so bear with me as we navigate the process that we've not done in a long time. Our first presentation is and I'd like to invite Deputy Frank Ramos, Jose Galvin, and Marcos Andrade forward. to receive a proclamation. And our proclamation reads, whereas it is with heartfelt appreciation that we recognize the sheriff's deputies who have performed heroically in their service to the Vista community on May 17th, 2023. It's a good day, it's my birthday. At 10:37 hours, a call for service was received by the Sheriff's Communications Center to assist the Vista Fire Department at a residence in the city of Vista. The fire department had been dispatched to it, and then a two-year-old had begun choking while eating grapes. It was also reported that the child was not breathing. Whereas deputies Frank Ramos, Jose Galvin, and Marcos Andrade were near the location and responded to the call, upon arrival, Deputy Ramos and Deputy Andrade immediately started life-saving measures while Deputy Galvin handled radio communications. Deputy Ramos picked up the child and turned him over so his stomach was facing down. Deputy Galvin reminded Deputy Ramos to place his hand on the child's jawline. Deputy Ramos began giving back blows to the child's upper back with an open palm in an effort to dislodge the grape caught in his throat. During this time, the child would start and stop breathing. Deputy Galvin asked Deputy Ramos to clear the child's airway of obstructions, and a few pieces of grape fell out of the child's mouth. Deputy Andrade comforted the child with words of encouragement. And whereas when deputies heard the paramedic sirens, they ran outside with the child and noticed that the child was turning blue. This is heavy stuff. They placed the child on the ground and further assessed the child's airway. They could see the grapes, but did not want to lodge them further in the child's throat. They did a head tilt, and when they pulled his chin down, it allowed the airway to open. And whereas the deputies handed the child to the paramedics, who began trying to dislodge the grapes, Deputy Andrade accompanied the child into the ambulance to Tri-City Hospital. While en route, Deputy Andrade assisted paramedics with administering oxygen to the child. Once at the hospital, the emergency room team took over. The staff used tongs to remove a grape that was lodged far down in the airway. The child had to be intubated, but did survive. Whereas the hospital staff, along with the help of our deputies and the paramedic team, showed true heroism and calm during a very intense situation, which allowed the child to survive. The emergency department clinical nurse manager, who was working in the emergency room when the team arrived, said that if deputies and paramedics had not arrived as quickly as they had and performed life-saving measures, the child most likely would not have survived or would have had permanent brain damage. Whereas we give thanks to Deputies Ramos, Galvin, and Andrade's quick response, calm demeanor, and professionalism during an intense, critical moment where they were able to save a child's life. Now therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council extend our heartfelt gratitude. That's a tearjerker, it really is. Extend our heartfelt gratitude to Deputies Frank Ramos, Jose Galvin, and Marcos Andrade, and ask all to join in recognizing them for their heroism, their life-saving, sorry, I can't think about the 2-year-old child. Life-saving actions, humanity, and dedication to Vista's community while enhancing the overall quality of life and making the world a safer and better place. we've got copies, one for each of you.
Thank you guys so much. Nope, you have to share the one.
All right. I have to say, I get to see these deputies in action almost every day out there, and they all do a really great job. And they're all members of our COPS deputy team and do an amazing job serving our community. We really are grateful to them. Okay, our next proclamation. Whereas it is with great admiration and appreciation that we recognize the extraordinary efforts and quick thinking displayed by a few of our hometown heroes, firefighters and paramedics Maruf Suleiman, Wesley Najaro, and Jared DeRue, Engineer Joshua Span, and Captain Justin Golden in a life-saving incident on April 8th, 2023. The application of cardiopulmonary resuscitation CPR during a critical moment not only demonstrated exceptional skill, but also showcased the value of preparedness and courage under pressure. And whereas in the face, oh yeah, please come up. Let's have our fire. Whereas in the face of an emergency, the crew of RA-121 took immediate and decisive action, recognizing the gravity of the circumstances, and performed CPR with precision and dedication, delivering chest compressions and rescue breaths effectively and in accordance with established protocols. They never wavered from their work and still managed to reassure the family who were vital in the chain of survival. The coordination aided the doctors, nurses, and hospital staff who continued 70 minutes of CPR for one of our citizens. Whereas it is worth acknowledging that the application of CPR is not solely a mechanical process, it requires a combination of technical proficiency and emotional strength, composure, and focus throughout the ordeal, a testament to the remarkable character and commitment to saving lives, no matter the time of day or night. Their actions breathed hope into a dire situation and served as a beacon of reassurance for all those present. And whereas as a result of the teamwork, their efforts were nothing short of miraculous, their timely and proficient administration of CPR played an instrumental role in restoring vital circulation and preserving the precious gift of life. These positive outcomes underscore the importance of bystander CPR and its potential to be the difference between life and death, and in this case, neurovascularly intact. That's a difficult word. This patient was able to come home to their station, was able to come home to the station and express his and his family's gratitude to his heroes for their efforts, proficiency, and professionalism, and for never giving up. Whereas this story is not an anomaly for the Vista Fire Department paramedics. On July 21, 2023, our rescuers were at it again, this time vital in saving the life of a young lady who, if not for their efforts and the assistance and willingness of bystanders to do hands-only CPR, this young lady would not be able to tell her story today. And whereas the bar was set with rapid response times, which were met by their arrival to the scene within 3 minutes of the call being dispatched, rapid assessment, intervention, and transport, the crew members of RA-121 and E-121, firefighter paramedics Fritz Eibel, Adrian Valdez, Maruf Suleiman, and engineer Matthew Ironman, and Captain Chris Jones were sent into action. Whereas our firefighters answer many calls from childbirth to resuscitations, where others run, these women and men run toward adversity or challenge. Whether it's a fire rescue, medical, or mental emergency, you can count on the Vista Fire Department. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council extend our heartfelt gratitude and extend this commendation to our Vista firefighters and invite all to honor their heroism. Their courage, proficiency, and humanity in performing life-saving CPR stand as a shining example, reminding us that preparedness, compassion, and action are essential elements in making the world a safer place for everyone. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
need rows? Yeah. I'm gonna lay down my little league pose. Volunteers.
Yes, you can. Absolutely, those you can have. I'll give you these in a minute. We have one more. Okay, am I the only one that gets choked up thinking about what these heroes do every day? Pretty incredible. Our final presentation is a proclamation declaring September 2023 as National Preparedness Month in the city of Vista. Chief Washington, our new fire chief, will be accepting this proclamation. This proclamation reads, whereas the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has designated September as National Preparedness Month and has announced that local jurisdictions focus their attention on preparing older adults for disaster, specifically older adults from communities that may be impacted by all hazard events which continue to threaten the nation. And whereas the citizens and residents of California and the city of Vista may be affected by a range of natural and man-made disasters, including droughts, temperature extremes, wildland fires, earthquakes, pandemics, hazardous releases, technological failures, etc., leading to devastating financial losses. And whereas the loss of life and property damage can greatly be reduced if the appropriate emergency preparedness measures are taken before, during, and after a major emergency. Whereas the city recognizes that being properly prepared can reduce fear, anxiety, and the losses that accompany disasters, and therefore believes that families, individuals, and businesses know what to do in the event of a large-scale emergency. Whereas experts recommend that families and individuals be prepared to be self-sufficient for at least 3 days, safe shelter, first aid, water, and sanitation. Whereas the City of Vista's emergency management and disaster preparedness personnel are proactively planning now for future natural and man-caused disasters by focusing on effective mitigation efforts, efficient and effective emergency response activities, timely restoration practices, strengthening and revitalizing infrastructure and housing, protecting the health, social, cultural, historic, and environmental fabric of our community. And whereas all of the above preparedness efforts will be greatly enhanced by residents of Vista simply registering online with Alert San Diego and downloading the San Diego Emergency mobile app to receive notifications or emergency information related to evacuations and local disasters. Now, therefore, I and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim the month of September 2023 as National Preparedness Month. Be it further proclaimed that I and the members of the Vista City Council urge all persons to learn what to do before, during, and after a major emergency to mitigate injuries, loss of life, and property damage, and to encourage community members to reach out and support older residents during times of emergency. All yours. You got it. What an honor to recognize our heroes. Let's give them one more round of applause. That was good.
Our seats are going to open back.
Okay, that's going to bring us to our oral communications this evening. Any member of the public may address the City Council on agency-related matters not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, use the raise your hand feature now or press *9 if you would like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard from during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item at the end of the meeting. We do have several speakers that have asked to be heard, beginning with Joe Hood. If you would please come forward when it's your turn next. Maggie Sharp, if you would come forward now and be ready to speak, followed by Cedar King, if you would also come forward and be ready.
Good evening. Wonderful start. This is selected climate news from the last week. 1. June, July, and August were the hottest recorded months globally. Phoenix had a record 54 days of 110 degrees or higher. 2. Canada has had more than 5,700 wildfires emitting 1.5 billion tons of CO2. Every year since 2001, Canada's forests have emitted more carbon than they have stored. This has likely crossed the tipping point, killing an ecosystem we thought was a huge carbon sink. 3. The world could run short of food by 2050, according to the U.S. Special Envoy on Food Security. We are, quote, pretty close to an existential crisis. 4. Despite the 2014 ban, California's use of plastic grocery bags is increasing. Vista should pass a much more stringent plastic ban. 5. Groundwater loss has reduced corn yields in western Kansas by more than half. 6. Invasive species cost humans about $500 billion each year and threaten world's biodiversity. 7. Air pollution is reducing lifespans by 5 years in Southeast Asia and 11.9 years in Delhi. 8. In 8 months this year, the U.S. had a record $23 billion plus climate disasters, totaling $58 billion in cost. This is a multi-billion-dollar disaster every 10 days in our country. Yesterday, Libya had 10,000 deaths from a massive flood. 10. The IMF says the risk of catastrophic disaster is rising, including possible human extinction. Lights out. Conclusion. We need every tool at our disposal. Vista must declare a climate emergency and act boldly. We must do our share to protect life. Thanks.
Okay. And our city ordinance only allows for applause during the presentation portion of the meeting, so if you would please refrain. Maggie Sharp, followed by Cedar King, followed by Eric Carnahan, if you would also come forward and be ready to speak. Maggie Sharp.
Good afternoon. I came here today to support our STARS Club. I understand there's an issue with RBV trying to secure the after 6:30 p.m. Time slot. This affects not only the almost 200 children that use this club for that time period. It affects all the families that support taking these kids to this club, who are mostly Vista residents as well. We're a big community. My kids have grown up in this club for the last 8 to 9 years. And all of our coaches have been part of this club, and most of our kids, you can see, have supported, and have been a part of this community. We are a community. And it's going to affect our lives if the club is not able to use that spot. So I just plead that, you reconsider. I understand that the time spot for RBV was earlier, and so I don't really understand why it's going to be moved to the later time where it's going to affect the younger children. So I hope you do consider. Thank you.
Cedar King, followed by Eric Carnahan, followed by Phil Church.
Good evening, Council. I am Cedar King, and I'm supporting the NSD Stars water polo time. I am a 5-year veteran of NSD Stars, and it's been an amazing experience for me. For me, Stars has been a family, and it's helped me connect with kids in the community and have more friends. It's really helped me. I'm a new student at Vista High School, and Stars helped me be able to have a better experience there and not be alone. It's just been really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you would, please hold your, if you would, please hold your applause. Eric Carnahan, followed by Phil Church.
Thanks, Cedar. Appreciate that, man. My name is Eric Carnahan. I'm one of the volunteer head coaches at North San Diego Stars. So obviously, I'm sure you guys received the email regarding what's happening here. North San Diego Stars has been using this time slot at the Wave Water Park. I know there's an agreement between the city, the school district, and the Wave for this to function. But we've been using that for the last 29 years. At 6:30 p.m., North San Diego Stars has been present, and that has worked for the last 29 years. Unfortunately, Rancho Buena Vista recently hired a coach that seems he can't go at that time, can't do it any earlier, and that's what's caused this issue. But if we allow RBV to take the 6:30 p.m. slot, that will be, I get emotional about it because I played for them, that'll be the end of North San Diego Stars and like Cedar and the 200 other kids. Just a few things that North San Diego Stars has done. We've had 3 players make the senior national team, myself included. We've had several players go and play professionally. We've had 4 players play on the youth national team, 3 on the cadet national team. We have several NCAA champions that have come out of there, several NCAA Player of the Year awards, 6 CIF Player of the Year awards given out, 25 plus NCAA athletes, hundreds to go to college and university, 18 CIF titles amongst the high schools that are involved in this club, 9 for Vista High School, 3 for San Marcos, 1 for Fallbrook, and 5 for Cathedral Catholic. On top of that, we saw the importance of our American heroes, but the amount of firefighters, paramedics, teachers, coaches. We have a Top Gun pilot instructor that's come out of it, and a DevGru Navy SEAL. North San Diego Stars is far more than just a water polo club. It's a community, and it blesses Vista more than anything. We can't move that time. We can't. And that's where I stand, and I hope that you guys will listen to that and make that a reality. Thank you.
I think all the council would join me in saying we appreciate the North San Diego Stars for coming to speak. I'm sure, I know I will speak to the members of the school board, and I'm sure that some of my colleagues will probably want to do the same thing. And I would encourage you to appear at a school board meeting. There's discretionary authority there that we do not have. And so I would urge you to speak in front of your elected officials at the school board meeting. But I want to appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. Phil Church.
I'd like to remind you all that recently President Biden signed into law a Preservation Act for 721 acres in perpetuity of land to be preserved in North County. I'm honored to have been part of that for 30 years, the project, personally and professionally. And some of you at the beginning of that time were just being born, and the rest of you were probably in Farmer Jones's kindergarten class. that's when I started the 30 years. In 2019, I was invited to be a commissioner on the Parks and Rec Commission in Vista, which I accepted and took with great pride. And over the course of just under 4 years, certainly during trying times, we had a net loss of about 1 acre of parkland. With the 721, I can say over the course of the 30 that I gained approximately 850 acres of permanent conservation in North County, and none during my Parks Commission tenure. There's nothing more to say.
Okay. That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak form. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 6 consent items this evening. Do we have any speakers on any of these items? Deputy Mayor Contreras?
Thank you. I want to move approval of the consent item, but I do just want to highlight on the check register that number 8 is San Diego Gas and Electric utilities for April and June, of which we paid $170,041.97. I just want to remind the public that starting next year, the City of Vista will be joining Clean Energy Alliance, which is going to be challenging the investor-owned monopoly of SDG&E. With that, I move approval of the calendar.
Councilman Green?
I second.
We have a motion, a second. Seeing no discussion, please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. It's going to bring us to the first of 2 public hearings we have scheduled for this evening. The first is public hearing number 1, nuisance abatement for property located at 1248 South Santa Fe Avenue and the adjacent vacant property. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or pressing *9 or by submitting a request to speak card in person at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Assistant to the City Manager, Imelda Huerta, will provide the staff report this evening.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff recommends that this public hearing do be closed. The property manager has abated the nuisance. They have cleaned the debris, the encampment, and the graffiti that's out there. At this time, they have also contracted a cleaning service to go out weekly and have filed a no trespass letter with the Sheriff's Department. The only outstanding item is an administrative citation balance of $3,375 that will continue through the collection process and will be added to the property tax roll as part of Finance's presentation at the end of the fiscal year.
I just want to say about this, because I asked for this public hearing, I really want to highlight our code enforcement department and Mr. Rich and the good work that him and his officers are doing. I hate imposing fines on anybody. I really don't like it, but we worked to get this property owner's attention for way too long, and this is part of keeping our promise to clean up our city and not permit absentee property owners to allow their properties to become trash dumps. We're going to take decisive action to clean up our city. And when you receive a letter from our code enforcement department, it gives you 30 days to rectify that problem. If you don't rectify it in 30 days, was it 125 or 250? $250 fine, and they keep going up and up. And it takes, what, about 9 or 10 months to get to $3,000 worth of fines? Is that right?
It can take quite a few months.
Yes, Mayor, it could take a
Yes.
while.
How long did it take with this property? Do we know?
I believe the fines began at the beginning of this year in January, February, around that timeframe.
Correct.
And since then, there's been a total of 4 administrative citations.
And before the fines, there were several months of communication.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so
and
this
working with
is
previous.
approximately a year in the making. So when you get a notification from the city asking you to rectify a code violation, please take notice of it and please take immediate action. Councilmember Green?
I would move that we accept staff's recommendation and close the public hearing as presented.
Councilmember O'Donnell?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item passes unanimously. That'll bring us to public hearing number 2. This item is the 2022-2023 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the Raise Their Hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Housing Program Manager, Eric Bunge, am I saying that correctly?
It's Bungie.
Bungie. Yep. And who is a new member of our team. How long have you been with us now?
This is the second week.
Second week. All right, welcome aboard. Eric Bunge will introduce the item.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Eric Bunge, the new Housing Program Manager here for the City of Vista. And tonight we are going to be presenting to you the CAPER. The city receives an annual CDBG Community Block Grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. As a recipient of this grant, HUD requires the city to prepare and submit an annual evaluation known as the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, the CAPER. The CAPER provides the city an opportunity to evaluate its overall performance in carrying out its priorities and specific objectives identified in the city's 5-year 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan and the ensuing actual annual action plans thereafter. This CAPER summarizes the progress made in program year 2022, which covers the period of July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. And here with me tonight, I have Sergio Salceda, the housing staff assistant, who will discuss the CAPER and its highlights.
Hello, Mayor and Council. The CAPER requires the city to assess how CDBG funds are utilized to address priorities that have been identified in the city's consolidated plan, which are to provide emergency shelter, provide crime and delinquency prevention programs, provide support services for seniors, provide health services, including mental health, provide emergency services or emergency assistance, improvements to community parks, public facilities, and infrastructure. Additionally, the CAPER does include broader goals that addresses non-CDBG funding such as affordable housing and additional homeless resources. In 2022-2023...
Sergio, will you speak right into that microphone? There you go.
In 2022-2023, a total of 9,392 Vista residents received social services provided through contracts with various nonprofit organizations. This includes emergency shelters, youth services, fair housing services, health services, mental health services, crime awareness/prevention, landlord/landlord counseling, and other emergency services. Additionally, the City of Vista funded multiple capital improvement projects, CIP, through CDBG grant. This included 2,000 feet of new sidewalks and ADA improvements installed on California Avenue, roof replacement, including all external fixtures and enhancements to the City of Vista branch of the San Diego County Library, improvements to the Senior Center's Azalea building to reconfigure the existing space into a fitness and game room and break room, along with ADA improvements to the parking lot. The Senior Center Facility Improvement Project is currently in progress. The city received supplemental funding through the CARES Act that supported an additional 1,213 Vista residents through social services offered through various nonprofit service providers for programs that prepare, prevent, and respond to coronavirus. CDBG CV funds were used to fund the City of Vista Touches Amenities Park Improvement Project, installing water bottle filling stations and auto flush toilets in City of Vista parks. CDBG CV funds were also used for facility improvements at the Boys and Girls Club, installing HVAC systems. CDBG funds were also used for facility improvements for HVAC systems. These programs and activities were available to supplemental funding through CARES Act resources and are a one-time funding source. In total, over $1.4 million in CDBG funds were spent in fiscal year 22-23, supporting public services providers, program administration, fair housing services, and capital improvements. CDBG funds are allocated on a citywide basis. City of Vista's community demographic profile is comprised of 51% Hispanic, 36% white, 2.5% African American, 5% Asian, and 5.5% multiracial or /other. Demographically, the race/ethnicity of persons assisted with CDBG funding generally aligns with the diversity of City of Vista. Per HUD guidelines, a 15-day public review period is required to provide a community an opportunity to review the city draft of the 2022-2023 CAPER. The CAPER has been available for public viewing on the city's website and in the clerk's office since August 25th, 2023. No public comments have been received. This now concludes our presentation. We are available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric and Sergio, for your work. And welcome, Eric, to City of Vista. I really appreciate the small amount of funds that we do get from our federal government. We don't get a lot of help for all of the programs that are needed in our community, all of the capital improvements and infrastructure advancements. It takes a lot of building blocks of funding to make a difference, and we want to be using these community development block grant funds to their highest potential. So it's absolutely appropriate and required for us to have a public hearing to review these funds. I just had one question kind of related to a future agenda topic. City Manager, we have on our calendar for later this evening an emergency meeting to discuss a homeless shelter situation. Would you be able to confirm if the approval of this performance review would at all affect the future discussion?
Would not.
Okay, great. Just wanted to clarify that because I think that they're important discussions to have. So we'll save that for later this evening. But I would go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing and to approve staff's evaluation of our CBDG funds. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just have a question. Thank you so much for the report. There's a lot of services that the city helps to bring to fruition, and a lot more that we could be doing, but everything costs money. I just had a quick question regarding the Youth Scholarship Program. I see, what is it, $17,168. That's the amount that was allocated, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a balance on available for our youth scholarships?
Currently, we have exhausted those funds. We do have the new City of Vista scholarship program available for any resident that needs it.
Okay, so under a separate part of our budget, we have funds allocated for the City of Vista specific youth scholarship program. Okay, and do we know how much is in that? Ballpark?
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I do know we have quite a bit of money in the scholarship program that we're still working through, but the CDBG funds have been spent.
Okay. And just curious, is there a little bit more flexibility with the city's scholarship versus using the CDBG?
Yes, we don't have any strings tied to the money that we've taken. I believe it's cannabis revenue that we use for the scholarship program and some year-end fund balance, and there's no restrictions on the use of that money.
Awesome. So I just want to make it clear to the community that we have funds available for folks that are financially constrained, but that have youth here in Vista that want to take advantage of different recreational programs. So my hope is that we as a city continue to make it easier, not only to apply, but to receive those funds and to do it in a quick time frame, and be able to get that information out to the public, because we have a bunch of youth that are here still and that were here earlier, and I want to ensure that folks know, hey, there is a place where you can see if you qualify for a scholarship. There's someone that grew up playing a lot of sports through the city with basketball and then a bunch of other stuff. This would have been extremely helpful to my family if there had been access to youth scholarships. So inquire about it and see if you apply and see if you qualify. So that's my information to share with the public. With that, I'll second the motion on the floor.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for highlighting that scholarship program. Actually, as a kid, I didn't get to play Pop Warner or Little League because we couldn't afford to do it. And knowing that the city has a scholarship program available within these funds is fantastic. One other thing that I wanted to highlight within this is on page 6 and 7 of the agenda report for public hearing 1, it kind of breaks down exactly what was done. And a really big highlight, especially in this day and age here, is the city assisted 169 households with tenants' rights, eviction education, and tenant landlord counseling from Legal Ed Society and CSA of San Diego County. I can't tell you, as a guy who's owned a mortgage real estate company for the past 27 years, tenants' rights are infringed upon all the time. And, landlords trying to take deposits when they're not due and trying to evict tenants, and housing is such a crisis right now. Knowing that we allocate funds here in the city, in the event that our residents need help is huge. So I just wanted to highlight that that's another good use of these CDBG funds. We really do stretch these funds to affect a ton of people. And I mean, all of this stuff that was done was with 86% of the funds that we had. We spent 1.213 million of the 1.414. So I look forward to the other 200 grand being spent and allocated towards the community. And I definitely thank you for just keeping us updated to actually show us our money in motion working for our community, because there's nothing better than seeing the fruits of all of our work up here kind of come to fruition in the form of benefiting our residents. So thank you so much. I'm ready for the vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. While we're voting, I just want to recognize Sergio Sauceda. Does a great job. He mans the Vista Homelessness Hotline number and works with a lot of people every single week, helping connect them with our shelter resources and housing resources. So we appreciate that good work. You're a great customer service representative for our city. Okay, that item is approved unanimously. Okay, and we're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting, so if you would take your conversations outside the council chambers. Thank you very much for that recess, council. We're going to move on now to our first discussion item, which is D1. We do have an emergency meeting scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight, so if we have not finished our discussions, we will adjourn or recess our regular meeting for the emergency meeting and then immediately reconvene the regular meeting to finish the discussion items. Our first discussion item this evening is regarding roundabouts on West Bobier Drive. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 on their touchtone phone or by submitting a request to speak card at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Traffic Engineer Sam Hassan will provide the staff report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On West Bobier Drive, we have had a long history of traffic safety issues and resident complaints, which include speeding and difficulty crossing the street. And on this segment of West Bobier Drive, which is between North Santa Fe Avenue and West Knapp Drive, we have had 11 collisions in the past 8 years, 2 of which were fatal accidents, and 1 of those involved a pedestrian. So we had developed a complete streets concept designed to calm traffic and improve safety. And the concept consists of roundabouts, raised medians, and lane reduction from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Meanwhile, the Vista Unified School District, or VUSD, is currently in the design phase of a major reconstruction of the Bobier Elementary School site. And VUSD had approached the city and discussed the ongoing traffic issues and asked for input and the best configuration of the street segment in front of the school that would go along with their site redevelopment. So staff shared the complete streets concept with VUSD and their consultants, and there was an initial consensus on the overall concept. However, VUSD this week informed staff that they will not support a roundabout at their driveway and will propose a traffic signal to be able to accommodate school bus traffic. So this is the concept, starting at the bottom, which is on the east side or the right side of the screen. There's North Santa Fe Avenue, and going to the west shows the first proposed roundabout, which is the school driveway, and that is the one that the school district would prefer a traffic signal at. Then going west to the middle diagram, that shows Dorsey Way with a second roundabout, and then to the top diagram, which is West Knapp Drive, and that's the third roundabout. The concept also shows the raised medians and the lane reduction. This is just a part of the school site plan, the proposed redevelopment by the school district. They are going to reconfigure their parking lot completely and move the driveway further east, which creates a longer queue. And currently the traffic for drop-off and pickup of the students lines up on Bobier Drive. And a lot of times it wraps around on Dorsey Way. And the parking lot is bigger, so it will allow for more storage off the street, as well as the length between the driveway and Dorsey Way is longer. But I still anticipate some of the traffic would probably still spill out into Dorsey Way. We also had a traffic study completed that shows traffic operations to be adequate with the proposed concept, and estimated project cost a total at $2.7 million. And if directed, staff will pursue grant funding for the project. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, and we do have a number of public speakers on this item. So we'll start with Joe Hood, and we'll ask Rita Baker to please be ready to speak next, followed by Julia Crimity.
Well, good evening again. How can anyone argue against making traffic safer for children near an elementary school? The signal at the school that we just heard about seems to make sense. I would ask, is there a way to expand this project to reduce vehicle miles traveled? Is there an analysis on where people are going to and from when traveling along Bobier? Does it make sense to provide North County Transit District service along this artery or ask them to do that? Thanks to the Traffic Department for their work on this analysis.
Rita Baker, followed by Julia Crimity, followed by Robin Norlana.
Hi, I live at Sierra Vista Mobile Home Park, and a lot of us are very concerned about this project because the impact of the traffic going down to less lanes doesn't seem to make any sense. And I think these are really kind of drastic measures where you could have cameras that take pictures of speeders or police out there to slow people down. I don't understand why you're going to spend almost $3 million on this. And it's going to be very impactful for us to access this park. We live between Santa Fe and Knapp. And I don't know how we're going to get in and out of there, to tell you the truth. So anyway, we're very concerned in that community. There's about 100 units in there. And that's how we get in and out, is off of Beaubier. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Rita Baker, that was Rita Baker. Julia Crumity, followed by Robin Norlana, followed by Amanda Remen.
My name is Julia Crumity. I also live at Sierra Vista. And again, as Rita said, we're just concerned about any changes, as getting in and out of there is already a problem. During the school drop-off and pickup, that maybe could be organized better. And by the picture that they showed, I could see that they had put some time into this. And there is a large parking lot that I had thought could be utilized. I've done things like that with my grandkids when they've done like a school kind of a corral with children to keep them safe. Nobody wants any kids walking out into the Beaubier. That's a pretty crazy road. When I was reading about going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, that was pretty impactful to me. I can't imagine trying to get out. It's difficult to get out now, even with a center pole space with 4 lanes, let alone 2 lanes. Because as you all know, everybody thinks that they own the road when they're on it. And then just my third comment is just that as a resident on the street, that everything that happens on that street I feel is like my civic and community duty to appear here and listen and speak. Not everybody in my community is able to attend. And so as one of our residents, I share oftentimes what happens in the city with the other residents so that they might have a better understanding and they don't just get blindsided by things. And so I do appreciate you listening, and this was a really great opportunity. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Robin Norlana, followed by Amanda Remen, followed by Joe Hurley.
Hello, my name is Robin Norland. I live in Sierra Vista, right across the street from the elementary school. My first concern was how much it was going to cost, and we found that out. How long it would take to do the project, do you know? Approximately a year. 1 year. And then I also heard that the elementary school is slated to possibly close down in the next 3 years. Is that true? Does anybody know about that? Because why go through all this, spend all this money if the school's not going to be there?
The school district is redeveloping the site, but it will be used again.
Okay. You did talk about some other alternatives that I really liked, like putting a signal in perhaps. Going to this extreme, expending this much money is like, yeah, that's a big extreme. There is the 2 parking lots, as Julia mentioned, that I think they could develop those 2 parking lots for parents to drop off their kids and then come and pick up their kids. We already have a hard time with fire trucks getting into our property on the 3rd Street because it goes up. So now if we have construction and then it's down to 2 lanes, how are they going to get in? We're a retirement community, and so the fire trucks are there a lot because we are retirement community. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda Remen, followed by Joe Hurley, followed by Patricia Ford.
Hello, my name is Amanda Remen, or Mandy. I am a mom of 4, a homeowner and small business owner here. I want to start by saying thank you to our council members for sharing a lot of this information on social media. It's been a great way to stay informed. I am a little afraid that some of our families and community don't realize that this is slated for tonight, but the ones that have been reached out to, that at least I've spoken to, are really concerned about doing roundabouts, that's not the answer. Many of our parents at Beaubier have advocated that they would like a street light there, that they do want more crosswalks, but most of them feel that a roundabout is not the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Hurley, followed by Patricia Ford, followed by Charlene Casey.
Roundabouts. That's a perfect example of you can't ask people to slow down, you have to make them slow down. I live on Dorsey Way. One of the victims in the accident there that was a fatality was a friend and neighbor of mine. I don't know another solution to the problem. I don't think a light is going to work because coming over Beaubier onto Dorsey Way, it doesn't give a speeding car enough time to see a red light and another person will die. I can almost guarantee that. Since I've purchased my house, let me back up for a second. I'm all for the idea of it. It may need to be reconfigured. I don't know. It's more than a 3-minute discussion. I'd love to be a part of it. It's going to exacerbate an existing problem that most people probably are unaware of. From Melrose and north, people cut out that entire corner to Melrose and Beaubier. They come down north, they cut up Waxwing, take an existing connection to Bobolink, and then they fly down Dorsey Way. I don't know what it is about the corner that I live on Dorsey Way, but people want to race around that corner. There have been 2 accidents on that corner. The first one ended up on my neighbor's front lawn. The second one hit a BMW of my next door neighbor, stopping them from ending up on the lawn. We're right next to an elementary school. We're right next to a high school. Kids walk there all the time. The reason I'm here is not to argue or oppose the idea of roundabouts or lights, whatever the solution may be. I need you to look at the problem that already exists. If you put roundabouts on those streets, you're going to cause more people to speed down my street, and eventually a child is going to die in front of my house. I've asked for lines. They put in a striped yellow line. I don't know why they put in a passing lane on a corner. I went back to the city and I said, please do something about this. They put speed limit signs 12 feet off the ground. No one can see them. And then they told me that painting a double solid stripe was too expensive. I offered to buy the paint. I told them I was going to work my way up the food chain until the stripes got painted. 20 minutes later, I got a phone call saying they got them approved. They put in stripes. It has helped a little bit, but the problem is still getting worse. I'm here to ask you to also go outside of those roundabouts and install speed humps between North and Waxwing, the connectors to Bobolink, and at least 3, if not 4, on Dorsey Way to slow the people down from speeding through the neighborhood. Because I guarantee you, if you don't, I will be back here in a few years telling you that a person was killed on my street. I can almost guarantee it. My friend and neighbor has already been killed, and there have been 2 accidents, and I keep coming back asking to fix the problem. I'm for the solution, but we have to look at the broader picture. Thanks.
Thank you. Patricia Ford, followed by, if you would please hold your applause. Patricia Ford, followed by Charlene Casey, followed by Kathleen Lancaster.
I too live at Sierra Vista Park, so we're right across from the elementary school, and it's very dangerous. People are under stress trying to get there into school, and they make some daredevil moves, and there's almost been a lot of accidents. So I'm glad we're having this discussion. I like the idea of roundabouts, but I am concerned how people in the mobile home park, the 100 homes we have, will get in and out. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Casey, followed by Kathleen Lancaster.
Okay, so I also live at Sierra Vista. And yeah, I think the idea with the parking lots with the elementary school and working on that is really a good idea that somebody proposed earlier. There is a lot of development going on in the area. Housing, wonderful. The only problem is it's already very difficult. The traffic on Beaubier, lots of it. It's only going to get worse. And I think it's really a bad idea to have it reduced to one lane, 2 lanes in each direction, going to 1 lane in each direction. I really don't think that the roundabouts are a good idea. There's going to be more people, many more people, because there's a lot of development. So I think traffic lights, stop signs, that kind of stuff, maybe even a speed bump with the traffic lights, maybe. I mean, with the stop signs might even be a good idea. It's very difficult for us as seniors to be able to take that left turn going east out of our property, but I'm opposed to this plan. And thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Lancaster.
Thank you, board members, for giving us a chance to represent our senior community, the Sierra Vista Mobile Home Park. And my concerns are that even in your diagrams, you don't show the entrances to a senior park. Seniors and children are a big concern, I believe, to you both, to all of you. And I agree with the gentleman who talked about the people cutting down through Bobolink and turning the corners. Somebody's going to die. I am 100% believe that that is the truth. A child's going to get hurt. And you didn't go back far enough. There was a senior out of our community before I even bought that into there for my parents, and she was killed crossing the street. And that was before the traffic got to be what it is today. And we all know that with the configuration, the closing of 2 schools, the reconfiguration of Beaubier Elementary School, there's going to be more children, more cars, right? The apartment complex, 2 of them going up just down behind our park on South Santa Fe, more surface traffic. So I believe that if we can start to understand that the senior community across the street from the elementary school and the growth of the elementary school and the speedsters going down through Bobolink, those are the main concerns there, because I don't think either that the roundabouts are what's going to save the community and the children and the seniors. I think that what you're going to need to see is a light. I know it's more expensive. I believe it's probably more expensive, but loss of life is even more expensive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Becky Rapp on Zoom.
Hello.
Try again, Becky. Becky, can you hear us?
I think there's a problem with the audio as the Zoom has no sound.
We're hearing you fine now. I don't know if you can hear us, but we're hearing you fine. We can hear you.
Is anyone having a hard time hearing via Zoom?
No.
Can we type to her?
Yeah, can you chat to her and? Okay. Sharpie and a poster board? All right, we'll have to come back to Ms. Rapp when we get the technology figured out. I just want to start off the discussion by saying I'm emphatically opposed to roundabouts on arterial roadways. A few years ago, we conducted a survey, and the number one priority of our residents was to make our traffic system work more efficiently and to get home to their families sooner and safer. I support all aims to make the roads safer, but multiple reductions of 2 lanes to 1 is multiple bottlenecks added to this. We're hearing now that VOSD doesn't support one of the 3. A number of residents have come forward. I think I heard one maybe half supported this, but we've got a whole group of residents opposed to it. I didn't support the roundabout on Shadow Ridge Drive. I don't support it on Beaubier. None of our arterial roadways. I don't believe in making it harder for people who have worked all day long outside of the city, as most of our residents do, who are trying to get home to their families or trying to bring their kids to soccer practice or school. I don't believe in making it harder and slower and longer. And I don't support the effort to try and make it difficult for people to use their automobiles such that they're encouraged not to use them, because at this moment in time, we don't have adequate alternatives. Maybe in the future, those alternatives will exist, but I just can't support this. So, Deputy Mayor Karina Contreras. If you would, please hold your applause per our decorum ordinance.
Thank you all so much for coming and voicing your concerns. I think there's a few things. I want to address the concerns that have been put forth. I'm not sure if anybody read the traffic study that goes along with this, but I want to highlight just a few concerns that have come up and talk about it. And I represent all of you on council, right? So you're my boss, but I also have a duty for public safety and to communicate what I know, and we can have a discussion like that. So maybe, because there is a difference in design, perhaps it is appropriate to have a workshop, but I want to address the concerns that have come up. Why are we spending so much money, right? $2.7 million. We are not spending $2.7 million. I have been extremely successful on this council. I was the first council member that was able to bring in your hard-earned taxpayer money back by working with different elected officials on the state side and the federal government side. We're going to get solar panels because of that. We didn't have to really spend any money, right? We have a fire station that's getting rebuilt. We didn't really have to spend any money on that. The only way that we can go out for funding in this plan, as we are working in conjunction with Vista Unified School District, we have the opportunity to be a joint applicant, making this extremely competitive for funding. So it is always my goal to get your taxpayer money back into the city, because for too long, we have been suffering without it. So the first precursor to that is having what's called a shovel-ready plan. Now, even if we approve of this design, it doesn't mean that automatically we're going to be spending $2.7 million. But it will allow us to move through the process and see if we can get federal and state funding to really create safe routes to school. On the enforcement side, since we're talking about budget, City Manager, how much does it cost for one motor deputy?
I believe the number was about $235,000.
$235,000. That's a year. And they actually have to work in pairs. So you have to hire 2. So I want you just to do quick math. I do believe that we need more enforcement, which is why I led this council in questioning our previous captain for the sheriffs when I asked, do we have adequate traffic enforcement? And the answer was yes. And I said, I don't think that's the right answer. But you could see how quickly those costs add up, and they go up every single year. So in just a few years, with just sparse enforcement because they have to go to so many different areas in Vista, we're already getting to that $2.7 million mark, right? So I want to think about that. When we talk about public safety, I take it extremely seriously. I walk here. I walk my dog, and he's a little tiny thing. He gets so scared because the cars are going so fast. They're loud, they're racing. I walk all through Beaubier. If I really want to get cardio, I go up the side of Beaubier where Sierra Vista is and the school district, right, Beaubier Elementary. If I want to have a little bit more of a relaxed incline, I go the opposite way, right? So I'm very familiar. I don't live too far from here, from this area where the traffic circles are proposed, the roundabouts. So just keep that in mind. I agree with we need more enforcement, but it's not free. I want to address a concern about traffic control with streetlights. I get it. Before I was on this side, I was like super opposed to traffic circles and roundabouts, 100%. This is a ridiculous waste of money. However, I have come to look at the safety aspect of it. Do you know, and it's in our report, that a roundabout is 78% safer than a controlled intersection using traffic lights? That's huge. When we talk about public safety and we're looking at it holistically, it's so easy to come in and be like, this is a terrible idea, it's a waste of taxpayer money, and I hear that. But we do need to do something to keep our children safe in so many different ways, and not just our children. We heard a lot from my constituents at Sierra Vista. I have a concern that these two sides of Beaubier have been disconnected by a freeway because people are going freeway speeds, and there have been so many collisions. And we know that there will continue to be collisions unless we do something about it. So think about that. A roundabout is 78% safer. Now, to address another concern about traffic, and this is going to slow it down completely, and it's going to be unmanageable. Under the different scenarios, and I will ask our city staff as well, if we're going to need to go through a new traffic study, because there might not be 3 roundabouts, there might be 2, which will make this cost a little bit less. I will tell you, roundabouts are they're a little bit more expensive than traffic lights. They're infrastructure that lasts a very long time, and when the lights go out, everybody can still use them, right? But in the report, under various scenarios, can you guess what the delay time would be to make this 78% safer for not just our children, but also for vehicles? 7.8 seconds. That's the most that we anticipate there be a delay. The other one is 0.3 seconds. And this is not the entire day. It's one scenario under, is it morning pickup or drop off, right? And you can look at the chart in our traffic report analysis. In fact, you will see that there are seconds gained, meaning, Mayor, folks will be able to get to their families faster because it actually improves the level of service under various scenarios. Now, I want to address something that has been extremely concerning, and I really thank you for coming here and speaking to it. And that's what some people call the maze. That's the Bobolink, Dorsey situation. I have heard so much from my constituents that safety is a priority for them and that they wanted speed humps and other traffic calming measures. That's why I led this council and voted for it and passed the ability for our neighborhoods to get together, do a petition for speed humps and other traffic calming measures. So for those of you who want to look at getting speed humps or some other kind of traffic calming measure in Birdland and right off of Birdland, I'm all for it. And if you need help, let me know. I will tell you right now, I'm gonna need a team captain. And I'm seeing you over there. I'm gonna need a team captain, but we can work together to make this safer. I wish there was just a silver bullet for this when it comes to public safety and streets. I know everybody wants to get home as quick as possible, but I know that we all want to get home alive. 78% safer with traffic circles. Maximum delay, 7.8 seconds. We have a council in previous years. I was opposed to this, but we had a council in previous years that put 5 drive-through pads, 4 drive-throughs are there right now, buy food for less. They had no problem passing that, even though it was going to delay the ability for folks to get onto the freeway by 8 minutes. I'm here to tell you 7.8 seconds for 78% safer outcomes for all of us. That's a good trade-off, especially if we use someone else's money to do it. I have been so successful. I just got $254,000 from Congressman Mike Levin. I led this council in trying to make it safer at Vista Village Drive at the Transit Center for our first responders. Because that Sprinter is going to be coming every 15 minutes. Grade separation means that we remove it from the same level that people are walking, biking, and driving their cars. I don't see why my success would stop in being able to get more grant funding. Because this is how I advocate. And I know that you put trust in me. So I want to keep both sides of the street of Beaubier safe. I want to keep our kids safe. So I thank you. And I want to ask now the question to our city staff. I don't know if folks down here need to be the ones to answer or if that's our city manager, Conley. But since the design, it seems like it's going to change from 3 traffic circles, roundabouts, to 2, what is the appropriate process for the council if we are in favor of moving forward with the concept in front of us?
The purpose of this evening's discussion is to get direction from the council. So if the council's in favor of 1, 2, or 3 roundabouts, we will pursue grant funding for those roundabouts and start with the design work. Because the school district has removed one, you still have the option to look at the other 2, and we will work with the school district on an option for Beaubier Elementary when they're done with the school redevelopment.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I want to say one last thing about Beaubier Elementary. It is going to get reconstructed as a community school. It's great. That means that not only students, but also their parents or their guardians can now access resources. So let's make it safer for all the people that are going to be accessing this site. I want folks from Sierra Vista to do something they've never been able to do before, and that's cross from where you live over to the other side. And with this proposal, that's something you'll be able to do. I want to make sure that our folks, especially our seniors, are able to have different mobility options. There's really important shopping centers, and right now it is extremely unsafe to cross, but we can change that. So with that, I make a motion to approve 2 traffic circles. We'll go ahead and eliminate the one that VUSD has stated that they don't want. But hopefully we can continue to communicate with them and see. It's hard when you're redesigning something, right, to commit to another traffic circle there. It might not work, but in these other 2 locations, we can definitely do something to reconnect our communities. Because I'm tired of walking and seeing people go 60, 70 miles per hour, drag racing, and I don't want to see anybody die on my watch. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have 2 public speakers from Zoom. I think we've got our technological issues worked out, so if it's okay with the council, we'll go ahead and hear from Becky Rapp, followed by Matthew Mann. Becky, can you hear us? Becky Rapp, can you hear us? Matthew Mahan, can you hear us?
Yes, this is Matthew Mahan. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes, we hear you.
All right. Thanks for the time to speak. I just want to express my support for the roundabouts on in the areas designated in the charts shown earlier. These streets are giant public spaces, and anything we can do to make it safer for children is a step in the right direction. Anything we can do to allocate more of that public space to pedestrians and cyclists is also, I think a fair thing to do. I think it's absurd that we dedicate so much space to the automobile, and I hope that it could this could be extended down to District 4 as well. That's all. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. I think Becky Rapp, we're going to give you one last opportunity. I think she may be having some technical difficulties. You need to unmute yourself, Becky. And Becky, we were able to hear you earlier, so I think if you want to go ahead and make your remarks. We are not hearing you now. Okay, we're going to move along, and the opportunity for public comment on this item is now closed, and we'll continue with council remarks. Councilman Joe Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, by the way, as well, Deputy Mayor Contreras. I appreciate you speaking on this and speaking about the safety issues. I am not a huge fan of roundabouts, but I'll tell you what, I talk to my kids, and some of the younger generation love roundabouts, and in Europe, they're big fans of roundabouts. As you guys know, we put a roundabout in at Mar Vista Drive there, which was not well received initially. But I'll tell you what, when I get off the freeway at Mar Vista Drive now, it's not backed up all the way when I get off the freeway. And traffic flows very well over there. I definitely think Mr. Hurley's concerns are very, very valid. As a kid who grew up in Vista here, I have taken that cut through off of North Road, up Beaubien or down Dorsey. I never speeded past your house one time. But I know there are people who do that, who don't follow the law. And we have been a council who thinks neighborhood traffic calming is a priority. And your property is definitely in a neighborhood. We've recently installed some speed humps all around Vista. If you've been driving around District 2 over here on Eucalyptus or Alta Vista Drive, you've seen some new speed humps come in there. And as a guy who's driven those roads every single day of my life, pretty much, since I got my license, I understand it. There are kids walking around there. It is an area where we do definitely need to calm traffic. From the aspect of the 3 roundabouts in a row, I was not a fan of 3 in a row, roundabout, roundabout, roundabout. But I really do think that the school district kind of stepping in and saying, hey, we want to put a stoplight here at our main entrance and exit, I think that makes a big deal because, you know, people don't know how to use roundabouts, right? So if you're sitting at a roundabout and you look to the left and the car's coming, you're not supposed to go out, okay? So if you're at a school and you're at a roundabout and cars are coming down Beaubeer super fast on the left, you could be stuck in a parking lot all day, hypothetically, if there's no light stopping you. So at that exit, I definitely think that I see the school district's logic in putting a crosswalk there as well as a stoplight. I think it's safer for kids to cross there at a big controlled crosswalk intersection. I love the crosswalk at Vista High down the street there that kind of stops all of the lights, stops all of the traffic, and allows kids to cross diagonal or whichever way they want. And I think that is very effective. To my knowledge, we haven't had any instances with kids in crosswalks there or with people running that light during school times, and we haven't had any, fatalities or accidents that I'm aware of. So if I'm wrong on that, please somebody let me know. But that crosswalk has been very effective, and the school seemed to really like it. Kids not having to cross the Goodwin crosswalk and the other crosswalk before they get to Vista High School was very effective. So I like the idea of the crosswalk there. I'm a little hesitant on the Knapp roundabout in the back right there, which is the second roundabout, the furthest away from Dorsey. I just don't really understand the point of it necessarily. I know we have one right after there. The distance between Dorsey and Knapp isn't that far, and maybe if you put some signage there that said, hey, roundabout, traffic calming ahead, school crossing ahead. I know we currently have the sign that says school crossing 25 miles an hour pretty much right there at Knapp, but I feel like one roundabout and a stoplight would really slow traffic coming down at this point. If there is a future plan to put roundabouts all down Beaubeer and, get rid of the main intersection at Santa Fe and make it like a 4-lane roundabout like in Europe where you're, rolling around down by the Coliseum and stuff, it'd be cool. But for now, since we don't have like a whole master plan to roundabout the entire thing, I feel like one in front of the stoplight is something I could get behind. I do think the stoplight by itself would be an improvement to nothing over there, but I definitely support the logic of the only thing that really changes behavior when it comes to speeding are obstructions, whether it's a speed hump or a roundabout. People can run red lights. I'd like to think that about 89% of people don't run red lights. I'm one who doesn't. But those 11% of people who don't have a big roundabout in the way, do definitely pose a threat to the safety of our children. So I would be in support of having one roundabout before and then the stoplight, and then maybe speaking with the community a little more and, maybe the school district as well, because they do have parents that traverse up and down that road every day. There's Temple Heights Elementary, which is now like the Learning Academy. I think they changed it. But there's another school on that road. Also, Foothill Oak Elementary is right down that road. So you have tons of parents. I believe the trips per day are 22,000 trips per day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is, which means that's over 100,000 a week. That means in 10 weeks, we're affecting 1 million people driving up and down this road. Now, as much as I think I do know what's best, and all the data that we have suggests that a roundabout is safer, when you look at page 19 of the agenda report, there's actually a section here where it says, hey, with a stoplight at this signal, what's the level of service? And with a roundabout at this signal, what's the level of service? And you'll notice that the level of service is like A and B with a roundabout, and it's C or D with a stoplight. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how they figured that out, but somebody who has a degree definitely figured that out. So my take on this is that I'm okay with one roundabout and a stoplight. I don't think a roundabout in front of a school is a good idea. I'm glad Vista Unified School District chimed in on this because we want to have a working partnership with them. One question that I'd like to ask, just for the community's knowledge, since Vista Unified School District wants the stoplight, are they going to bear any financial responsibility of the stoplight there for us?
Yes, they've indicated they'll pay for the stoplight.
Heck yes, look at us saving money, all right? So I got a paid for stoplight. I mean, heck, if I could just put one roundabout here, I'm down to like 700 G's, guys, let's go. No, just kidding. But anyways, I love the concept. I like the light. I like the roundabout. I think that's really the way to go. So for me, 86-1 roundabout, keep one there, put some stoplights around our speed humps around the maze, make sure that we paint them we do have to cure speed humps for a while before we paint them. So if you've seen black ones in town, they're going to be painted. But I love that idea, is slow right before a stoplight and kind of talk with the community about how that's working. How's the one roundabout? Do we want another one? Because shoving a lot in a row just seems tough, especially with the way Vistans seem to be feeling about them, but we want them to grow on them. So thank you so much again. I look forward to hearing the rest of my council.
I just wanted to, for what it's worth, say that I love roundabouts. If we had the land to make a 2-lane roundabout, then I would be supporting this tonight. But because we don't have the land and we have to merge traffic at several points and create a choke point, and then I think it also bears saying that, at a roundabout, traffic never stops. So sometimes it can be more challenging for pedestrians. But again, Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Great discussion. I also initially going through my first roundabout ever, if I think back to the first roundabout that I ever went through, I was like, what is going on, right? The instinct to stop at an intersection is a good instinct. But the thing about roundabouts is that you don't have to stop necessarily. You do if there's a pedestrian or an obstruction from another vehicle. But generally, you just yield and you keep moving. And I think that a lot of folks in our community are frustrated with wanting to get home. They want to be able to move through their commute faster. And that's why, every single time you're at a red light, you see someone run it, because people want to get through. And I think our built environment that allows free flow of movement and mobility for someone to go through an intersection in a way that is managed by a roundabout, if we can design it properly within a certain corridor, it can be really beneficial. So I've become very fond of them because I don't have to stop. I just yield and I keep going. Don't have to put on the brakes at all. I do have some questions. There were some concerns about folks in the mobile home park and how they get in and out. So could we get a little bit of an illustration on how they would move in and out of the corridor with the new roundabouts?
Yes, the proposed concept is actually to have a raised median as well, which would restrict left turns into and out of the driveways. So if somebody is leaving at the mobile home park, for example, and they want to go eastbound, make a left turn, they would actually make a right turn, make a U-turn at the roundabout at Dorsey, and come back and go to North Santa Fe.
Okay.
Left turn, sorry.
No, please finish.
I was going to say the left turn in, there's potentially, if it's a major driveway like the mobile home park, it could potentially get its own left turn pocket, because that would be just crossing, with the lane reduction, they'd be just crossing one lane into the
That would be a
driveway.
nice solution, right? I think it's not, neighbors can obviously give input, but I don't know if it would be more difficult to turn left against 4 lanes of traffic or to turn right and make a little U-turn very quickly. So I think from my understanding, a lot of folks turning left currently are having to fight against quite a bit of flow and multiple lanes versus turning right and turning around, just like making a little loop. But if they were able to have their own pocket to turn out into, I think that would be even more ideal, kind of retrofit it considering that need. Another question that I have is, so could we clarify the cost, and in particular, what is the cost per traffic circle versus traffic signal?
So a standalone cost for a roundabout could be anywhere between maybe $600,000 to maybe $1 million. But this concept, the $2.7 million, includes all 3 roundabouts, which is now most likely 2, plus the raised median, plus the restriping and signage. This is the entire concept. So if it's just a standalone roundabout, the costs are really comparable. Between traffic signals have gone up quite a bit, so costs are pretty comparable.
Okay, pretty comparable even with
without like a whole segment of streets. It's just one intersection to put in a roundabout versus a signal. That cost is comparable. But this concept includes the roundabouts plus the striping for lane reduction. So
this kind of complete plan where there's almost like not just an isolated intersection, but more looking at the whole corridor would be more cost effective than just the individual intersection lights, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Because this is a whole treatment, and this actually also makes it more competitive for a grant application
Treatment.
perspective.
See, there's so many technical terms, right? I'm not an engineer either, so this is helpful to learn. Okay, and so then you mentioned grant funding. This is interesting to me. Are we able to get grant funding for traffic signals?
So this could be very tricky because there's not a whole lot of funding out there anymore for traffic signals. The focus really has been active transportation and complete streets. Potentially, it could be sold, the idea, if we had the 2 roundabouts and the traffic signal as part of the whole concept, right, of the
Okay.
complete streets, that this one.
So you think
yeah.
that if we went out for grant funding, we have we have 2 traffic circles and 1 traffic light, we could still consider it a complete street project that would be eligible for this kind of larger source of grant funding?
Potentially, yes, if we, justify it with the school bus traffic and then possibly still reducing the number of lanes in the westbound direction, having the raised median and the series of the 2 roundabouts and looking at the segment as a whole, like a long stretch, it could be still kind of packaged as a complete streets project.
Okay, and there were a couple terms you threw out, complete streets, active transportation. This project seems very similar to Emerald Complete Streets. There are 2 lanes, right, already, so there wouldn't be a reduction in lanes, but I think that when Emerald Complete Streets project was proposed to those neighborhoods, my understanding, and from speaking with some of the neighbors there, kind of them telling me some of the history, initially they were not favorable to it, but through the public workshops and the education and learning kind of some of the engineering behind it, they were actually incredibly favorable, and we've been fighting for funding for that. We were able to get through advocacy of our city staff, and I also wrote a letter to Congressman Levin to get $850,000 to assist in the design phase to make it a shovel-ready project to go out for more funds. So it's interesting that we're able to pursue other people's financial aid in order to install traffic circles and roundabouts. I would definitely encourage any opportunity to have kind of public engagement as we continue the plan of this. My other question was, well, so to clarify, we are able to get more grant funding for traffic circles versus traffic signals. Can you explain a little bit why? What is the benefit of a complete street? How do traffic circles provide for active transportation? And maybe explain to us a little bit why there would be funding available for traffic circles.
Yeah, so the simple idea is to still keep the traffic flowing, but at a slower speed, so that all the road users are accommodated. And that's why those projects are called complete streets / active transportation. Active transportation refers to, walking, biking, e-biking, things like that. And then complete streets is taking a street segment and treating the entire segment for all modes of travel.
Okay.
So that it's not just one spot for a traffic signal to treat that one intersection, rather looking at a segment, slowing the
Okay.
traffic down, allowing pedestrians to cross the street, bicycles to also bike along. And the traffic signals, again, with the safety record, now that we have a lot of roundabouts in the United States, they have a much better safety record. That's why it would be, sort of difficult to justify a traffic signal unless, like I said, in this case, maybe it's part of a bigger complete streets concept.
Sure. And I think that the safety record, that number of 78% safer that has been studied, is my kind of biggest motivation to apply treatments to our city streets that truly make things safer and provide an obstruction in the case of an accident or in the case of speeding. And it sounds like it will also improve commutes home. There may be conditions where there are delays, but generally, people can keep moving. So I'm very favorable to that. Could we get a little bit more information? The mayor brought up this concern about the choke points and how that could ultimately lead to delays. How are those moved through, those choke points?
Those would be just striped lane reductions, just basically a lane merge. So the two lanes, would have a taper or transition where basically the lane closest to the curb would merge into the fast lane, I guess.
Okay.
And that would slow down the traffic a little bit. It would result, I would say, minimal delay.
Okay. Minimal delay. Do you have a number for the delay?
You wouldn't have a specific number unless we analyze it.
Okay. I think it's worth analyzing. So at what point, so since it's bottlenecking, going from 4 to 2, at what point would it go back to 4? Or would it continue that way all the way down to what's on the other side of Beaubier?
Across North Santa Fe?
Yes. Would it continue as 2 lanes?
So actually, the initial concept with the roundabout at the school driveway is that we would return to the 2 lanes headed towards North Santa Fe right after the school driveway because we need the capacity to get through the North Santa Fe traffic signal.
Got you.
With the traffic signal concept at the school driveway, then we would actually start the 2 lanes right after Dorsey Way.
Okay.
Because traffic signals need more lanes for capacity because of the red and the green. There's a wait-in period, right? And traffic needs to queue and get through the green. So we would need more lanes for traffic signals.
Okay, and those traffic signals already exist. My only concern with roundabouts next to traffic circles is we see this on South Santa Fe a lot as you're going through, Paseo Santa Fe and you're getting to Main Street a lot of times and Vista Village. You'll just see the traffic circles kind of backing up all of this congestion from, because the light is red, right? So it doesn't matter that the previous traffic circles keeps you moving. It results in kind of a weird arrangement. So with traffic circles existing next to streetlights, depending on the distance between them, I think that it can be helpful, but we haven't always seen that be the case. So I just wanted to know about the choke point. So it does open up to 4 lanes to get through that larger intersection there at Santa Fe and Beaubier.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that the common denominator here is that we all want to see better. We all want to see better intersection management, right? These are points of conflict, right? Where we have one main road and then we have neighborhoods that want to be able to kind of move in different ways through the street. I totally agree that obstructions are the only things that keep drivers accountable. If you have a giant slab of concrete in the middle of the road, you're not going to be going over the speed limit, and enforcement is very costly and generally ends up being sparse because there's a lot of places in the city to enforce. I think that a roundabout would slow the traffic speeds before you get to the school lights that they're proposing, the school district is proposing as an alternative. And so with all this information considered, I think that it's good to continue moving forward with the plan. It's always important to acknowledge that we can make adjustments. We should do as much as we can as a governing body to do planning, because when we do planning, we can apply for grant funding. And let's say in the planning process, we learn more information. That allows us to adapt our plans to be more effective for our community. So I don't want anyone to feel remiss that the plan's not going to go the way that they want, because if you provide your input, I'm sure that we can make adaptations, such as having a left turn out from the mobile home park. So let's definitely look into that. And with that, I will second your motion so that we can accept this recommendation.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. And Sam and Greg, thank you for all your hard work, all the staff. I know that this is a tremendous undertaking to try and get all of this to work and pencil out. So really appreciate your hard work on that. Mr. Hurley, thank you for your comments. I think you actually bring to light something that's very important. We all do want to reduce the amount of traffic that we have in our city. We want to slow it down. We want to make sure that people are getting home safely. But one of the biggest issues and the impacts that come with that is the cut-through traffic into our neighborhoods, people trying to avoid these places. So if the community does not share with us, as you have tonight and as others have with me in my district, if you don't share with us the issues you're facing when it comes to people that are speeding or blowing stop signs or whatever it might be, someone will die. Someone will get injured. There will be an accident. We can't be everywhere at once. So I am so grateful when the public comes out and shares stories like that, because it is genuinely beneficial to this entire body to be able to hear that. So I just wanted to thank you on that. I would be in agreement with the majority on this council that adding in 2 traffic circles and then changing the other one into a traffic light would probably be the most feasible thing. And in respect to Councilmember Green, I agree with you. I know that those are 2 closely spaced intersections, but my intent for that is to actually keep the traffic slowed through that intersection to the light, which is the only reason why. Otherwise, I would normally say that 2 right back to back would be too much. I really do wish there was a perfect solution to this. There isn't. I mean, traffic is something, as our communities grow, as more people travel through North County, travel through Vista, as this becomes a bigger destination city, we will have more traffic here. As people continue to cut through our neighborhoods and cut down our residential spaces to get to the 78 so they can get to their own homes a little bit quicker, that is why these measures are needed. As far as stopping, I live right off Shadow Ridge, right by Buena Vista Park, and I don't care if I have a crosswalk or a crossing signal or not, I have to stop and look both ways because cars don't stop at the stoplight. They blow right through it doing 55 in a 35 or a 40 mile per hour zone. And so if we don't take measures to try and slow down traffic, to try and make sure that they aren't going to be ripping through stop signs and stoplights, we will have people that are seriously injured. In my mind, the inconvenience of a little bit slower commute is no reason to jeopardize the life of a child or any resident that lives in our community. You know, it's just a few months ago when we had a roundabout installed, there was a high-speed chase, and I always like to thank our deputies for the work that they do, but the individual that was running from our deputies slammed into the roundabout. Now, if somebody had been crossing the street there, there's nothing to stop them, and I get it was early in the morning, so the odds of a resident crossing the road there is probably unlikely, but regardless, if someone's crossing there, there's no one stopping. That individual, if they're running at a high rate of speed, they don't care if somebody's crossing through a red light or a stop sign or whatever it might be. So these are the kind of things that we all take into consideration when we're making these decisions. And it's not that we're trying to go against the public that showed up, and thank you again for being here and sharing your concerns, because they are valid. But it is the genuine safety of our community and the long-term safety, not just the short-term impacts, that lead us to these decisions. So I'm going to be in favor of the 2 roundabouts. I'm going to support the light, especially since Vista Unified is going to be paying for that light. And just for the record, how much does a speed hump cost?
A speed hump with the signs and markings per speed hump in our current contract where we're installing the speed humps, $5,000.
$5,000. So that's 140 more speed humps we can put in our neighborhoods. So anybody that wants one, we're giving them away at this point. So just make sure, that you do reach out. But I just want to echo what the deputy mayor said. Whether you live in my district or not, I will support any council member, any constituent that needs help or wants to share a concern when it comes to a stoplight, when it comes to a stop sign, when it comes to a speed hump, because we do need to keep our neighborhoods safe, and I will champion that cause every single time. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate this discussion, and I'm ready to...
What about the issue with Melrose?
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
It's the next item. But we do have an 8 p.m., so we actually have to cut off this meeting to go to our special meeting. So we'll try to move forward with it. Traffic Engineer Sam, you stated that a complete street, the reason that we can get funding for it is because it actually helps all modes of travel.
Correct.
I want to plead to my council to have a unanimous vote on this, because we have agreed in our city goals to make it safer for all modes of traffic, all modes of travel. This is 100% congruent. We've had a lot of discussions. We have a lot of different opinions up here, but we came together to have city goals, and this actually fits verbatim a city goal that we have. So I would plead with you that we join together as a unified body in protecting the public and moving forward with 2 roundabouts and the 1 traffic signal, because we have already agreed prior to this discussion that this is a city goal that we want. That's all I have to say. And I really want to thank the public so much. Please, it seems like we need to have a meeting at Sierra Vista. So yes, I definitely want to do that. I'll drag this guy right here, a city manager, and maybe one of these guys right here. We'll all come together and have ample discussion about it, because I don't want you to feel threatened by this project. I think there's a lot that we can do, and I want to ensure that we do, in this design, have a dedicated way for you to exit the mobile home park. And can we do enter and exit?
Actually,
Give me some good news,
professional
Sam.
preference is that the entrance actually would be better accommodated with a direct left turn in. The exit would be better accommodated with a raised median and roundabouts to make it right turn and U-turn around the roundabout. Because the exit is crossing 2 lanes of traffic versus coming out right turn just in front of 1 lane.
Okay.
And the left turn in would be just in front of 1 lane, so.
Okay. So, city manager, how would I ensure that the motion that has that I put forth and has been seconded would include the modifications for Sierra Vista? Or is that already in there? Is staff getting direction about that?
We're getting directions, so we'll make sure it's included.
This is government in action. So I really, really appreciate you all coming. Let's get together. We'll find a time where we can have a meeting. I'm sure this is not the only issue you want to talk about too. So let's have a real thorough discussion. I love my job. This is work that I do for you. And sometimes we're not going to be in agreement. I know that. But I want to make sure we always have ample communication. So I hope that with this, you have heard a little bit about your concerns, some of the answers to it. But please, let's make sure we get connected. I don't know if, who the best person is. Who wants to be a team captain over here at Sierra Vista? Perfect. If you could please give me your contact information. Maybe you can provide it to our city clerk, and we can be in communication. We'll find a good date for y'all, and then we'll have a meeting. So I just wanted to make sure we had ample direction to staff to take your concerns and make sure that we are able to implement that in this design. Because I really was thinking of Sierra Vista along with the school. I want to be able to reconnect our community and do something that we've never been able to do before, like I said, which is cross Bow Beer. And then you can get to Coyote Cafe a lot faster. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. 2 questions before we vote. I know a vote is called for. Number 1, could I get our fire chief down here? We talked about at most it was going to be 7.8 second delay. Best case, it's like a 0.3 of a second delay. I just want to make sure that for the public, we have the, public safety opinion. This is the guy who makes sure that we got enough fire engines on the road and enough ambulances out there to make sure everybody's safe. And in a cardiac arrest moment, I would assume every second counts. We just honored some of our heroes tonight for saving some lives, and it'd be really good for us to hear from you as far as what do you think the impact would be on our, call times per se, and does it affect our service performance at all from a public safety standpoint?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. First and foremost, thank you for acknowledging the fine work that the women and men of Vista Fire Department and Sheriff's Office do. So I do appreciate that. With this, my condolences, those individuals lost their lives due to the traffic accidents. That's always tough on families. It's tough on first responders. And we're always wondering, how can we help? How can we make a difference? And these are the things we do talk about and we do discuss. Is trying to make the community safe. And we take all things into consideration. So when I speak here today, this evening, it is in reference to your question. Whenever you put any type of object or at stop signs, stop lights, it does slow down traffic, including emergency responders. to say it wouldn't be true. What is that time? We don't know because we haven't been a part of the process. You know, the rig's turning in the roundabout, right? Are we gonna be bumping the curb because of the size of the new ladder truck? These are the things that it's imperative that we're included on the front end, and so we can have actual data that can help you make those decisions. We're gonna do whatever we have to do and get to the incident. The things that we also take into consideration as you start to narrow roads and traffic flows, when we do come red lights and sirens, where can people yield to us? Do we create an issue that way, right? Pull over to the right. Well, is it safe? Or are they able to move to the left or stop in the middle of a road? So these are all the things that we take into consideration. And again, the decisions that you make will get to the incident, but I just ask respectfully that we do think about these things.
Thank you so much. So if I'm hearing you correctly, it would behoove us as a council and as a traffic engineering department to make sure that before we put any proverbial cement to pavement, that we make sure there's ample radius for turns and that we take all those things into consideration as far as where our, citizens going to yield when you're rolling through, guns blazing, needing to, save people's lives, and what will that impact be? So I think you probably have great direction, Sam and Greg, to kind of make sure that we keep our fire department involved. And in the past, it used to just be a thing of, nah, we can't do it, so it wasn't done.
Sure.
So I really appreciate you as a fire chief coming up here and saying, hey, look, there is a way to do it. If you're going to do it, make sure you involve us so that it can have as little of impact on public safety and our first responders as possible. And, majority of our budget's allocated towards public safety because keeping our public safe is our top priority. So that's why we're doing this. So if it is counterproductive to public safety, we would want to know. And I really appreciate you basically saying, hey, we can make it work. Yeah. As long as we can put the right tools in process and have the right conversations with the people building it, we can still adequately protect and serve as needed, correct?
That is correct.
That's what I like to hear. All right, Mr. Washington. Well, thank you so much. I'm fine. You might want to sit here just in case any of our other council members have questions for you as well.
And with that, I'd like to apologize. I'm not saying that the fire department wasn't included in this.
Oh, of course not.
I'm the new guy, so.
Yeah, no, good apology. Yeah, because Sam and Greg, best engineers in North San Diego County, my man. So I appreciate you. All right. Well, thank you so much for that. Also, I wanted to ask you, and I'm fine. I have no more questions for you. So if you want to have a seat until my council might have, Deputy Mayor might have a question for you. The other question that I had for you guys is, something that Deputy Mayor, kind of concentrated on is that by having 2 roundabouts and a street light, that facilitates or basically means this is a complete street project. If I was to get rid of one of those roundabouts, does it affect my ability to make this a complete streets project?
I would say it would make it less competitive for a grant application.
That's what I need to know. You're the engineer. That's why I ask. So, humbly knowing I'm wrong in the midst of what I got to get funding wise, I definitely think that if it's a money thing, I don't want to pay $2.7 million for nothing. Knowing that I cut that in 66% right now and that this is going to make us competitive. And Angela, if you're listening, the best grant writer in North San Diego County, we're doing this for you, girl. Get us that grant, okay? So with that, I think that if this is what we need to do in order to make us competitive, that's fine. Knowing that we can make changes, it's great. I initially was opposed to this before I came tonight, but I really think having the word of my fire department saying that they can make it work, and also knowing that VUSD stepped up to the plate and said, hey, before you guys do something we don't approve of, we say no, and we'll put our money where our mouth is so that we can put what we want there, what we think is best. I also would like to be on the record as saying the lower parking lot at Beaubier Elementary, that's a fantastic idea by the Sierra Vista community. If we could put a corral there for drop up and pick up, maybe put a couple grades down low and a couple grades up top, that would really help with the backup on Dorsey Way when people are waiting for kids, because that lower parking lot is very underutilized. So hopefully the school district's listening. I know we all speak to them regularly, so we'll do everything we can to make sure that this project goes off as smoothly as possible and is as effective from a public safety standpoint as possible. So thank you so much for answering all my questions. I appreciate it.
Councilman Green, you made a good point about the roundabout at Mar Vista. I supported that one. That one didn't collapse 2 lanes each direction into one. I believe that it would make traffic work better in that area, and I supported it. I took a lot of unhappiness from constituents that did not like it. They certainly didn't like it when it was under construction, but I knew it was the right thing. I'm just not convinced that this is the right thing. Look, I understand that there is a desire, that some of you may have, or maybe you don't, but I think, there's a desire to reduce the throughput or usability of the roads. And it feels like kind of social engineering to me. That's why I'm not for it. I'm not trying to, if it was purely the safety issue, safer than an intersection, but we're not even replacing an intersection. There are no intersections there now. So we're adding a lot of obstacles to traffic. And I get the speeding is a problem. And I hear the residents, and that's why I was delighted when we added another motor deputy. And if you want to add 2 more of them right now, if it was agendized, I'd vote for it this very second. But talk about the saving money. I mean, if we didn't do any of this, we'd save all this money. I'm not on board with the agenda to shrink the capacity of our arterial roadways. It is the one thing I have heard repeatedly for 11 years on this council, is that people want our arterial roads to get them to their families faster, and they're tired of the backups. And when they're backing up, let me tell you, the only kind of accidents you're going to have at those intersections today are fender benders, because traffic's moving at 3 miles an hour. Traffic is just, now other times of the day when there's not heavy traffic, people do speed and they are abusive of the roadways, and we've got to deal with that in other ways. But, I'm not trying to be the stick in the mud here, or, be a grandstander. And I understand and I appreciate your call to make this unanimous. This would have to come back before us again, because we're really giving direction tonight. So you've got an opportunity still to win me over. I think you need to win these voters over. And, I'm going to remain open-minded, because I am very open-minded about traffic circles. My mother lives near Carmel, Indiana. They're the traffic circle of the United States. Every intersection in Northwest Indianapolis is a traffic circle. And I drive when I go visit my mother. They are wonderful when they are planned in advance. They work really well. You slow down to 15 miles an hour entering the circle. They are absolutely phenomenal when they are built, when you are laying out the roadway. When you have sufficient land, you need these 4 extra triangles, because the intersection has to be much larger for a circle. My issue is that we continue to try and retrofit roads and traffic circles where they don't fit. And we're, what is the saying? We're putting 20 pounds of potatoes in a 10-pound sack. It doesn't fit correctly. And, we did a road diet on South Santa Fe very methodically. We wanted to slow traffic down. We knew in advance, we studied where we were going to shift traffic. When we put the roundabouts in, Mr. Hassanen told us, here's where traffic's going to shift to, because people are going to stop using these routes. When you put impediments in and slow traffic down and reduce the capacity, traffic is going to find other places to go. That was a scientific fact with South Santa Fe, and I believe it's going to be a fact here. And I'm concerned about the neighborhoods that this traffic is going to be diverted through. I'm concerned. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is one of these things. I'm just concerned that the voters of Vista are going to look at this and go, "Who did this?" And I don't agree with it. And I can't get on board yet. I'm listening. I'm open-minded, but when the voter's over, and you might win me over when we get to a final approval on this, but it's going to take some convincing. Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate your comments, Mayor. This is definitely not social engineering, it's public safety. And I hope that we are able to come to consensus one day. Some of the proposed treatments of speed humps are something that you didn't vote for. So, I think at some point, we do need to give people what they want. If they want speed humps, we should have a unanimous vote for speed humps. That didn't happen. But I will continue to provide the education, have the open dialogue with my constituents, with everybody in the city, because I know that we have the ability to address public safety in a comprehensive manner. And I do appreciate Councilmember Green, you calling up our fire chief. I would, just going to direct this question to you, Sam. These traffic circles are going to have the capability for fire trucks to go over them, right? Like on the sides?
Yeah, that's always part of the design where we run that, the actual turn-in templates for the fire trucks.
Okay, perfect.
Sure, they're
Just wanted to
accommodating.
make sure we had that on the record. Okay, thank you so much. We have very little time to talk about our North Melrose, but please ensure that I have contact information for Sierra Vista, and we will have a discussion on that.
And Sam, just to be clear, is it a mountable curb? Is that what we're proposing here?
Yeah, so it would be mountable curb for a distance within the diameter of the roundabout to make sure trucks
So
are
fire
accommodated.
trucks, large trucks, school buses will actually drive over the roundabout
Yeah.
because it's too small of a turning radius.
Just like Paseo Santa Fe.
Right. One of the things I would really like you to look into is what can we do to reduce, these things look great when we put them in, but then all the tire rubber, it looks really ugly. What can we do? Coat the concrete, paint the concrete, start out with asphalt to begin with so it's the same color as the tires. What can we do to eliminate the visual blight of the tire marks? Can you take a look at that and get back to us on that?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, we have a motion and a second, so please cast your votes. Okay, that item passes with 4 in favor and 1 against. That will bring us, in the 9 minutes we have, to our second discussion item, North Melrose Drive restriping. At this time, we're going to open the opportunity for public comment on this item. Any member of the public who wishes to speak may indicate so by raising their hand feature on Zoom or pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Traffic engineer Sam Hassan will provide the staff report.
Okay, this is North Melrose Drive restriping. So the initial restriping to the 6 lanes, which added a third travel lane in each direction, was back in 2017. That was in the city's efforts to reduce traffic congestion and facilitate motor vehicle flow. However, since the restriping, the city has received multiple complaints from residents along the section of North Melrose Drive between North Avenue and Olive Avenue. And the main reason is because this segment is mainly abutted by single-family homes and residential uses. And the residents' complaints mainly centered around speeding, difficulty pulling out of driveways and side streets, trash pickup, mail delivery access, and the close proximity of the added third travel lane to their homes. So this segment of North Melrose Drive carries approximately 36,000 vehicles a day, which is within the range of adequate operation for a four-lane road. And one of the important things is that the proposed restriping would not affect the approaches to the intersections at either end, which are the intersections at North Avenue and Olive Avenue. And those are busy intersections, so the 3 lanes approaching these 2 intersections would be maintained so that the capacity through the signals is preserved. And one of the benefits of the restriping would be to allow for the creation of additional width to implement protected bike lanes. This is just kind of an overall map of the stretch of North Melrose Drive between Olive Avenue and North Avenue. And the recommendation is to approve restriping North Melrose Drive between Olive Avenue and North Avenue from 6 travel lanes to 4 travel lanes. Thank you.
Okay, and we do have a number of public speakers on this, so we'll get started with the first few. That's all right. We'll start with Joe Hood, followed by Eduardo Ambriz.
I would ask you to please prepare a detailed map of each district, defining areas used for housing, businesses, paved ground, and natural settings. Separate paved spaces into roads, parking, and any other. What percentage of our community is paved? How much is dedicated to parking? I suspect we'll be surprised. Parking lots should be covered with solar. We should explore reducing parking spaces and replacing some with mini forests. Remaining spaces should be available at a fee. We must reduce the incentive to drive and strive to reduce vehicle miles traveled. The section of Melrose under discussion has more lanes than needed, as we just heard, for vehicles and less than desirable for active transportation. Nature and safety for nearby residents. All lanes beyond 2 in each direction should be removed and replaced by a tree canopy, natural ground, and separated bike and walking paths while allowing safe resident access wherever required. The UN says that governments are failing to cut greenhouse gas emissions fast enough to stave off climate disaster. We must phase out all unabated fossil fuels, the UN says. This small proposed change is a step in the right direction. Climate change is code red for humanity. Let's reduce vehicle mile traveled and beautify our community with expanded tree canopy while encouraging biodiversity.
Thank you. Eduardo Ambriz.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Ambriz, and I live on 615 North Melrose Drive, Vista, California. My concern is about the safety around, this area that's from Olive to North Avenue. And since you guys proposed to do the 6 lanes, I was opposed to it, and I came and I spoke on the podium. It's really dangerous. There's been deaths there. There's been accidents. My son, he's 8 years old. He has 5 heart operations he's had, and he lives in front of a freeway. It's like negligence from the city, and you should be keeping my family safe. Okay, if OSHA drives on a construction site and they see an unsafe practice, they'll shut the job down. Well, I think they should shut Melrose Drive down right now and go restripe it right now, in this moment. It's ridiculous, We're always in danger. My wife is driving out of the driveway and cars are racing down Melrose. Okay? I already spoke to you. I already spoke to the sheriff. My next thing, if something happens to my family, I'm going to see who's responsible for this, and I'm going to go after them with all my power. Okay? Thank you.
Dominic Tran.
Good evening, everyone. I live now. I'm Dominic Tran. Live in small street connect to Melrose Drive. Basically, I see about 2017 they opened another additional lane on both sides, and but from Olive to North Avenue, so the first before North Avenue, before Olive. After gas station, they have only 2 lanes, and then they open 3 lanes, and then after North Avenue, they close to 2 lanes again. In the real world, even air, water, or whatever, if you have the tube like this and small, open, and then close, the traffic is nothing changed. But they create a lot of dysfunctional problem for the community whoever live in that area. First, because after 2 lanes, they see open lane and they speed up. They create a lot of accident there last couple of years I see. About 3 months ago, I see a fatal accident, deadly accident. The second, the people like, I live on small street connect to the Olive. When we go out, very hard to see both sides because blocked by trees, by post line, whatever, we can't see clearly. That's why we got accident. And the neighbor who live on Melrose Drive, they very hard to back in and out and create another traffic jam when they go in and out. We take a long time to get out. So that's all about. Oh, I have a couple recommend. So either you close down to 4 lanes or put a traffic light there for the safety purpose. That's all, Mike. Thank you for your listen.
If you would please hold your applause during the regular portion of our meeting. And we're going to wait 1 minute until 8 p.m. and we're going to adjourn or recess rather our regular meeting at this time. We'll reconvene with public speaking on item D2 on a regular meeting, the Melrose Way restriping, and we'll pick this item back up as soon as we finish with this next item, which is legally required to happen right at 8 p.m. per the notice.
Mayor, could I make a quick
Please.
comment? Thank you, everyone. I know this isn't typical procedure, so thank you for those who did come to speak about the North Melrose restriping. If you do need to, get home, get littles to bed and all of that, do know that we are still having participation via Zoom. So if we are able to, continue to hear your comments after this 8 o'clock emergency meeting, then that's something that you can do. You can still participate over Zoom if you have to leave the chambers. Thank you.
Thank you for that good information. Okay, so it is 8 o'clock now, so we'll be in recess from our regular meeting, and we'll reconvene for the regular meeting at the end of this special meeting, but at this time, we're going to convene our special meeting on the status of our shelters. And I asked for this special meeting tonight because the update that we received from staff on Friday of last week in our weekly report indicated that we did not currently have shelter beds available. Also because in our last report that we received, of 87 individuals referred to our shelters, 50 of those individuals were declined because of the reason was stated, bed not available. So we've had a significant number of declines from our referrals from Exodus. And in talking with staff today, we spend about $1.1 million a year on our outreach program, and our shelter bed expense is about $200,000. So we're spending a lot of money to encourage people to use our shelter beds, to build rapport and relationships with those individuals who live unsheltered on our streets. And at this time, the lack of shelter bed availability is a crisis. We have spoken with Greg Angela at Interfaith, and I know we have a representative from Interfaith present this evening. And we were pleased to hear that they are again intaking at Interfaith La Posada, at which we also have beds generally available, is currently in the middle of a COVID outbreak. But this was urgent because of the temporary cessation of admission to shelter. It was also urgent because our shelter bed contract is coming up within the next 30 days. And I felt that because of the information that we had received and the failure to or inability to execute on the terms of our contract, I thought it was essential that we take an opportunity to discuss this at this time. So, Mr. Lung, do you have a presentation for us?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jonathan Lung. I'm the Homeless Services Program Manager. And we'll just wait. There we go. Tonight's discussion will provide an update on the current shelter availability and intake process, provide an overview of the current contract with Interfaith Community Services for the provision of shelter beds within the Alliance for Regional Solutions North County Shelter Network, which includes Haven House, operated by Interfaith Community Services in Escondido, La Posada, operated by Catholic Charities in Carlsbad, and recommends new contract provisions for the continued agreement for emergency shelter beds within the Alliance Shelter Network. We'll begin with an update on the status of La Posada, which experienced a COVID outbreak when 23 of 47 clients tested positive for COVID-19 on August 29th. In consultation with the Public Health Department, shelter leadership quarantined the facility and closed their facility to new intakes. 10 days following the initial outbreak, fewer than 3 clients tested positive for COVID-19, and intakes resumed on Friday, September 8th. Regarding Haven House in Escondido, on September 1st, Interfaith Community Services Chief Executive Officer announced that Haven House clients and operations would be relocating to Interfaith's Turk Recuperative Care Center. On September 7th, Exodus Outreach staff, the city's contracted outreach provider, reported that a referral to Haven House was not able to be accommodated for intake by Haven House program staff, who had also indicated that intake would be paused during this transition period. In a subsequent meeting with city staff, Haven House leadership noted that intakes have since resumed and are currently accepting clients. To note some additional recent barriers to intakes with Alliance Network shelters, between October 5th, 2022 and August 10th, 2023, there were 87 instances of referrals for shelter bed placement from Exodus Outreach staff to either Haven House or La Posada. Of those 87 referrals, 50 referrals were unsuccessful due to shelter capacity. Notification of shelter bed availability has also been inconsistent during the same period. Exodus Outreach staff rely on daily notifications of shelter bed availability for placement of individuals who've accepted shelter, but are often difficult to reconnect with once initial contact is lost due to unsuccessful referrals. Without such notifications, outreach workers must contact each shelter directly to inquire about availability on a daily basis. City staff also relies on daily notifications of shelter bed availability to advise the Sheriff's Department of the ability to enforce illegal camping ordinances as required by the Martin v. Boise court ruling. The city's current contract with Interfaith Community Services for the provision of shelter beds pays $200,000 annually for the prioritization of 10 shelter beds within the Alliance network. This agreement supports the strategy of securing shelter beds in the strategic plan to address homelessness in Vista and is set to expire on September 26, 2023. The contract objectives during all 3 years of the agreement include the provision of shelter for a minimum of 32 unduplicated Vista residents experiencing homelessness. 90% of those Vista residents sheltered are to receive case-managed social services, and 50% are to successfully exit to long-term stable housing. During the first year of funding, 36 Vista residents were reported to have utilized 1,804 bed nights, with 12 of those residents successfully exiting to stable housing. The average cost per bed night was $110. During the second year of funding, 56 Vista residents utilized the total of 2,589 bed nights, with 16 successful exits to stable housing. The average cost per bed night was $77. During the current and third year of funding, based on reports through June 2023, 34 Vista residents have utilized 1,174 bed nights, with 4 successful exits to stable housing so far. The current average cost per bed night is $127. With the current agreement for shelter beds expiring on September 26th, and in response to some of the barriers to intake caused by capacity issues identified earlier in this presentation, staff recommends implementing the following additions to contract obligations for continued funding of shelter beds in the Alliance network. Daily notifications of shelter bed availability and pertinent shelter updates from a single point of contact. A single point of contact to triage all referrals from Vista homeless outreach teams and coordinate intake with the appropriate shelter. Provide a not to exceed contract price with payments made on a reimbursement basis per bed night. And quarterly reports, which include all existing reporting metrics, including basic demographic information, nights stayed, exit destination, and the addition of total referrals processed and reason for unsuccessful placements. This concludes staff's presentation regarding homeless shelter status updates and recommendations for continued funding of shelter beds in the Alliance Shelter Network. I'm available for questions and feedback regarding any information presented tonight. Staff will consider such feedback and negotiations with Alliance representatives at the conclusion of this meeting and return at a later date with a recommended contract. Representatives from the Alliance Shelter Network and Excess Recovery are also present and available to respond to any questions. Thank you.
I have a question for Exodus. Is Elizabeth with Exodus here?
We have Tina Klotz, Senior VP of San Diego Programs, with us tonight.
Yes, please. The report that we have in front of us with 87 individuals being referred to the shelter and 50 being declined, do we have information more specific than what's been given to us so far about how these individuals, whether that they receive transportation from our Exodus workers to the shelter? Because one of the things that I'm hearing from Interfaith is that the individuals didn't show up, but I don't have information. I only have that a bed was not available. So because it's an Exodus report and it says bed not available, is in any of those instances where the words bed not available was used, or in any of those instances, was it the case that the individual didn't show up when they were supposed to, that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, no, because if we wouldn't encourage someone to go to the shelter if there was no bed available.
And if you would just speak into that microphone, typically when we set somebody up who's living unsheltered in the city of Vista with a referral, would we drive them? What would be our preferred method of getting them to the shelter?
Our preferred method would be to allow the client to determine the best way, and we would work with them to determine the best way for them to get to the shelter. Some clients have belongings they need to collect, or they have their own vehicle and they'd prefer to go on their own. If the person doesn't have transportation and they would like us to transport them, we absolutely do that.
Okay, so we do offer transportation to anybody that wants to get to the shelter with our city vehicles that are
Absolutely.
part of the Exodus program. We also, I know, have a white passenger van that is in the service of our cops deputies, and we have NCTD script and Uber script, and we have several options to get folks there. Okay, I appreciate you answering that question. We may have some more questions for you. We do have one member of the public that would like to be heard on this issue, and that is Marilyn McCorkle with the Alliance for Regional Solutions.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Mary Lynn McCorkle, and I'm the manager of the Alliance for Regional Solutions. The Alliance was formed over 15 years ago when North County city leadership and nonprofit leadership came together when there was a desperate need for more shelter beds in the region. Through this partnership, more beds were opened, and the group realized how collaboration is the best way to get the job done. That is what the Alliance is based on, collaboration between the North County cities and our nonprofit organizations. With limited resources in North County, the shelters have found that working in partnership is the best and most productive way to help our North County residents that are struggling with homelessness. We are so grateful that the cities that support our network and understand that this is a regional problem that requires a regional approach. Thank you to the City of Vista for your longtime partnership. 3 years ago, the city made the decision to make a bigger investment in the shelters in exchange for more prioritization. There have been some learning curves for sure, but we are proud of the partnership that has been formed and the shelter and resources we've been able to share with Vista residents. We know there is a need for better communication, and I think our proposed activities will make a positive change. As the manager of the Alliance, I commit to making sure the daily availability will be shared with your team. I will take the lead on conducting monthly meetings to do case conferencing, and I will share more detailed data with the council and staff. Thank you for your consideration for continuing this partnership.
Ms. McCorkle, I have a question for you. Do you have any information? Have you seen this report that Exodus has prepared, which details the 87 referrals?
I have not. The shelters and the Alliance is sort of the middleman as far as the funding goes. The shelters and Exodus are the ones that do most of the communication. That's why we really want to start doing these monthly meetings where everyone's around the table, and then we think that there'll be better communication, and then the Alliance will be at that table. But as far as those reports, I don't know. I would ask probably the shelters if they've kind of seen those, and we do have people from both shelters.
Yeah, I definitely want to know if they have seen them. That would be important, and I think this product is a product that the Alliance and the shelters and Exodus and our homeless service manager, Mr. Lung, should all have input on and agree to the terms used here. And that is the major issue, is that we've spent a very large sum of public dollars to get people to accept and say yes. As you know, more than 5,000 outreach conversations to get a very small number of people to a yes on going to the shelter. And so when we don't have a bed available, it's a real failure, because all of those public, it's about 5 times more expensive to affect a yes to get to the shelter than it is to actually provide the shelter bed itself. The shelter bed is 1/6 of the total cost to get somebody to use the shelter bed. So when we're out of shelter beds, it's a crisis that we want to dive in on as a city council, and we want to work with you to make sure that we solve. So the specific reasons whether it's bed wasn't available because of lack of staffing, or all 48 beds at Haven House are full, or the shelter is closed because of COVID, or it wasn't a bed for a female, or wasn't a lower bunk bed that was ADA accessible. Those specific reasons would be tremendously helpful. So the greater the detail that we can get to help us understand what's, where the weak link in the system is, would be tremendous. I appreciate your commitment to work with us to get us that information.
And I am going to get a clarity license, which means I will have access, and I will be, I'm going to be much more involved in the data, and any data you guys want, I'm going to be able to provide that for you.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. Was Philippa here from, Philippa,
Yes.
did you want to come? Philippa is the, I'm going to let you introduce yourself with Haven House and Interfaith.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Felipa Rios. I'm the Chief Program Officer for Interfaith Community Services. And I do want to come before you today and say that there have been some challenges. I'm not going to deny that. I think on behalf of both shelters. Tina from Exodus and myself, we had a conversation earlier today. We both have different data sets that we would like to collaboratively work together to better identify what have been some of the challenges that we faced in getting people into shelter. We are very grateful for the amount of money that the City of Vista puts into the Alliance Shelter Network. I can honestly tell all of you that all the shelters in the shelter networks operate at a deficit. Ourselves at our Haven House shelter, we have about $1 million budget, and we obtain about $400,000 of that budget. So that's part of the reason why we have relocated temporarily. And that relocation will actually benefit individuals because there will be no more top bunk. There will be, individuals who normally would not come into a congregate shelter. That is only going to be a semi-congregate shelter. While it is a temporary situation, I think it will greatly benefit the intakes for Vista residents. And we are committed to working with Exodus and with Catholic Charities and sitting down and looking at our data and really coming up with solutions how to better serve the city of Vista.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And just to confirm, at this time, intake has resumed.
Intake has resumed at Haven House as well, yes.
And Greg Angela told me today that you're intaking at Interfaith. I think it was 3 individuals today and 2 tomorrow.
Yes. I think it's actually 3 tomorrow. It's 3 tomorrow. I have my staff sitting in the seats.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And at this time, I want to open it up to our council and see what questions they have or comments. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I am very concerned with these updates, and to see listed out the 50 individuals that were denied shelter on the basis of very low information, of a bed not being available, beds that we pay for, that's concerning from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, and it's also concerning from an ethical standpoint. That's 50 people who may have been willing to enter into a safer environment that were denied that opportunity. And I understand that collaboration helps us to address this massive crisis, which is homelessness in our community. And that because we have had minimal resources, we have needed to work with the resources that we have, collaborate with other cities, compete with other cities for those resources, and somehow in good faith, coordinate all of that. So it's a big machine to run, but we have to have incredibly high standards of operations and ethics when it comes to people's lives, especially those who are most vulnerable and experiencing homelessness. When we first entered into this contract, the city of Vista had not at that point considered our own shelter. It's been more recently that we have been able to move forward with a non-congregate shelter concept and receive $5 million from California State Senator Catherine Blakespear in order to make that shelter a reality. This non-congregate shelter in the city of Vista is meant to be an alternative to the congregate shelters and the higher volume shelters that are offered in the region. It's meant to be an additional asset. And if we don't have reliable shelter in our shelter network regionally, then it puts an opportunity to provide something to fill in the gaps. It makes that resource even more essential. And at the time, since we were not considering our own shelter, we invested $200,000 towards these prioritized shelter beds. Funds at the time, if we were considering our own shelter at the time, maybe we would have allocated to our own shelter resource. I'm also concerned because of these different conditions of prioritizations. On one side, our shelters have an ethical obligation to provide first come, first serve service to anybody who's coming to the shelter. It would not be okay for a shelter to deny someone on the basis of, well, someone else paid for this spot, so I'm going to say no to you and hold that spot. That would not be okay, in my opinion. And at the same time, there's also a cost. If we're paying $200,000 to have these beds prioritized, we have an obligation to ensure that those public funds are spent on what we say that they're going to be spent on. So there needs to be a new model for how we conduct prioritization. And I think that these solutions that have been offered and collaborated on get us closer to that. But there needs to be a higher level of public oversight when it comes to the relationship between the Alliance for Regional Solutions, public dollars, and our available shelter beds. As a public entity, the City of Vista, we can only do what's best for our coffers and our sense of responsibility. And going forward, if we don't have better communication, then that relationship has to end. And we can go on forward and pursue our own shelter resources, which we have a council that's willing to do that. And we're lucky to have state funds available for us to begin to do that. So I think that data about specific reasons, I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor, specific reasons as to why the beds have been denied, that's important, not only for accountability, but also for improving services. If someone continues to deny beds based on the bunk status or based on gender, that's data that we want to have to improve our programs. But if beds are simply not available due to programming and staffing, that is another set of considerations that we need to make. I also think it's important for us to be in the loop, not for just the day-to-day changes when it comes to bed availability, but also if there is going to be a closure, if there is anticipated to be a staff shortage, if there is going to be a transition of some kind, we want to be part of that roadmap of how we get to the other side. Had we had this information, I would have fought tooth and nail to bring in more stakeholders to make the situation better. During our recent storm, we had churches open up their doors for people. It is a crisis, and people are ready to help, but we need to have the communication, because if we move forward without communication, we will fail. But if we choose to collaborate and be honest about where we're at and the status of things, we can actually find solutions together. So I agree, we need to reevaluate what the future of the contract is going to look like. But I am fully ready to support initiatives here at home and have more oversight of how our public dollars are spent when it comes to resources for people experiencing homelessness. This is very concerning, but I can see such good faith within all parties to improve the situation and move forward. And so I appreciate that, but I am also essentially mourning and feeling loss for the individuals that have been denied. And that feeling is not going to go away. I feel very remiss about all of this, but I appreciate it being brought to an emergency meeting as the timing is very urgent. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
This is quite alarming. I had a meeting because I wanted to inquire a little bit more, just have a little bit more education for myself on what the process is, some of the challenges. And so when I met with you, Jonathan, and I met with you, John Connolly, this came up. And I said, this is not okay. We have a $200,000 investment of the public, of hard-earned money, and we are denying folks. And all we ever hear is, no, people don't want help, people don't want help, people don't want help. Well, here we have people that want help. And yet we are denying them the help that they need. So I appreciate that you added this back to the weekly update as I asked. I appreciate the special meeting. It was my understanding that this would come forward to discuss the contract, which I think that's still a plan, right? Is that our next council meeting?
Depending on the direction we get tonight, we will bring the contract back either at the next meeting or on the October meeting.
I think we needed, do we have staff capacity to do that for the next meeting?
Yes.
Then that's something that we need to do. We need to rectify this. And I will stand strong in the belief that we need more shelter here in Vista. We know that with the cost of housing, the cost of living, the cost of transportation, all of that is squeezing folks to the edge. And more individuals are going to be experiencing homelessness. We need to address it, and we need to have resources available for folks who are here becoming homeless in Vista, experiencing a traumatic experience. We need to have beds available here. The non-congregate shelter is going to have how many beds?
It's 18 rooms. There's 24 total. 6 are Encinitas's, 18 are Vistas.
Okay. Hopefully, that will be a bit of a alleviation because we will have more direct control. But I do suspect that it will not be enough. I do suspect that we are going to continue to see folks falling out of the shelter that they currently have and needing more assistance. And it is the responsibility of this body, it is the responsibility of every person in our community to figure out how we can help folks that are experiencing homelessness. There are many different pathways to help folks. There's not just one solution. We know that. We need to have as many tools available and communication available and a responsibility to the public for the money that we are spending on prioritization for 10 beds. Denial is terrible. We know that it could be very difficult for folks that are in this traumatic experience to accept a shelter bed in the first place. When we deny them, it is just telling them, showing them, reinforcing them in this mindset that it doesn't matter if they ask for help. It doesn't matter if they're ready for housing. Some folks that are ready for housing and we don't have the affordable housing necessary. We need to have everything lined out to ensure that when someone says, yes, I need help, I want help, that we have an open avenue for that individual. So I really appreciate the information from staff. And I will say that we definitely need to reconfigure this relationship that we have. And the first steps are, as Councilmember Melendez stated, I totally agree, for more public oversight, for more information, as we have asked over and over. This council body is not always unified, but in this, we are. We have asked, I know the mayor has asked, Councilmember Green, myself, Councilmember Melendez, Councilmember O'Donnell, we want the data. So now I hear a promise that needs to be kept, that we are going to have more communication, we're going to have more data available to us, because we have to make these decisions and we are accountable to the public. And you better believe that we're going to take that accountability and that responsibility, and we're going to push it on you. We're going to push it on the Alliance, we're going to push it on the shelters. But I still think that there is a way for us to collaborate, because we know that in collaboration, this is not just a City of Vista issue. This is not just an Escondido issue. This is not even just a San Diego County issue. This is an issue with a finite amount of money that folks have to live and no place to turn. So I look forward to this new relationship of accountability to the highest degree. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the work that you do. It is not easy. So thank you so much. And I know that together we can collaborate and we can find new solutions. And we will, because we have a duty to the public and to those who are asking for help and those who will ask for help. Thank you.
As we continue discussion here, I want to draw your attention to one of the recommendations for changes to the contract to be made, which is for our pay model to go from a lump sum money, a lump sum dollar amount, right now $200,000, to procure prioritization and to instead secure shelter bed on a per night basis or a per diem. And Councilmember Melendez, to your point, this would ensure that no bed remains vacant. Only those beds that are filled by Vista referrals would be paid for by the City of Vista, and it would ensure that there would never be a situation where the shelter feels the need to hold a prioritized bed available, but it would make sure that also that the citizens of Vista are only paying for the beds that we're using. And one of the other really alarming facts here is we went from 70% utilization rate in 2021 to 32%. It was really 2021, 2022. And in the last year, we went to 32% utilization rate of those 3,650 bed nights that we paid for prioritization on. So if we don't receive the 3,650 bed nights or aren't able to use them under a per diem or a daily reimbursement rate model, we would pay substantially less. And I believe it would also give the shelters a strong incentive to want to admit folks from Vista if they knew that they were going to receive reimbursement only if they do admit our referrals. So I wanted to call your attention to that and get your thoughts on it. And I think, we're suggesting here quarterly reports, but these reports should be a Google document, something that can be accessed. They should be updated daily as the records are being created. And I see no reason why this data couldn't be shared with the council at least monthly. Certainly staff should have almost on-the-fly access to it. That data can be secured, but ultimately needs to be reported to the public in a timely way. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. Alarming is an understatement for what this is, but Mr. Lung, how many individuals do we have living on the streets in Vista?
Don't have that report in front of me currently, but I can say that to date we've made engagement with over 500 individuals since inception of the plan.
And when we make contact with an individual, how often do they accept shelter?
I might defer to Excess Recovery if they have the information on hand. Otherwise, I can generate that report and provide that to you as a follow-up.
The number was 6% in their last report to us.
So of the 6%, which is a very low number, that means 94% of people are turning it down. 6% of people that accepted it, if my math is right, 33 to 37% were actually afforded shelter.
A point of clarification, if I may, the 6% does include repeat offers to the same individual, so those aren't unduplicated offers for shelter.
I mean,
Meaning it's actually much lower.
So, which makes this even worse, right? And so I just want to know, and I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of the hammer on this one, but when were we aware that these facilities could no longer meet the needs of what our homeless population needed, or the requirements that we have asked for, or meet the requirements of this contract?
So we first started receiving reports through check-ins with Excess Recovery that the shelters tend to be at full capacity around the beginning of this calendar year.
And so 9 months later, we're getting this report. Is there a reason it took 9 months for us to be aware that they could no longer meet the needs of the contract?
I think the hope was that that situation would improve over time, but clearly it's come to the point that we have today, where we are before you.
Yeah. Listen, I appreciate challenges. I understand that there are learning curves, and I actually do genuinely appreciate the work that gets done by the shelters, by our staff, by yourself. This is not acceptable. For us to spend $200,000 a year and then find out that all of these people are being turned away when so few people actually want shelter, or not that they want it, let me rephrase that. So many people accept the shelter that we offer. To have this many turned away is not acceptable. And for us to wait 9 months to find out is also unacceptable. So I am fully in favor of not giving a dime over until a bed is secured for an individual for the evening. I think that based on what we've experienced in the last 9 months, looks like a little bit longer based on the information we have, that would be a very fair route to go moving forward. My heart does genuinely break, because for so long, and before I was on this council and had access to information that I might not have otherwise had, I was constantly told that people don't want shelter. They constantly turn it down. They just say no. And it was just over and over. And even today, I heard that at one point. And then I come to see this, and it's not that people don't want it. It's that we don't even have it available when they do want it. And that is a disservice, not just to our unsheltered population, but it's a disservice to our entire community, because there are so many people struggling right now that can end up in this very, very same situation. And we are literally a thread away sometimes from either getting put into housing, being to get back on your feet, or ending up in a situation that you can't climb out of until you have all of the resources available. And when we don't have those resources, it does not serve anybody. It serves no one to not have the resources available when we're paying for them. So I will echo all the comments. I don't have a lot to add to that. Listen, again, I understand there's learning curves. I understand there's a lot of needs. This is just Vista. I would love, actually not love, I would like to see what other cities were turned down as well for not having spaces available, or how many other beds were turned down for not having spaces available, because I think that would shed a lot of insight into, if we are paying for prioritization, why we're not getting it, if I can see other data showing other cities that were also turned away, based also on the time when they were brought there. But we just need to do better, and I'll look forward to having a larger discussion about this in 2 weeks, but those are all the comments I have for right now.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward as an emergency meeting. Initially, when I saw you want to have an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night, I'm like, for what? Like, come on, what's the emergency? I'm going to tell you what the emergency is. Since June, which is a lot of months ago, you've successfully placed 3 individuals. 3. I have 2 pages of denied individuals or declined individuals on here. We're paying $200,000 a year. That's $16,666 a month. It's a lot more than our entire council gets paid a month collectively, all right? And to think that for $16,666, for 2 months, you did basically nothing but took our money. And the entire month of April, I'm showing no people placed. I'm showing every single person was denied and 2 clients declined out of everybody that said, we want shelter. And I've sat up here right next to my mayor and he said, hey, look, we're only using 76% of our beds. We don't need to build a shelter. We're only using 32% of our beds. We don't need to build a shelter because we're not even using all the beds that we're paying for right now. And I really feel like we haven't been given the information. We're not using our beds because you're not letting us use our beds. When we put the money into our social workers, we have up to 12 social workers now on these streets working very hard to get our unsheltered population sheltered. And to look at this data, like the 20% number that we have here is really generous in my opinion, because the numbers that I'm looking at are really, really disappointing. And I don't know why they're declining. And that's really something that we need to talk about with them. But the information we've been given has not been accurate. And for us to put our hope and trust in organizations like this and then be given clear data dating all the way back to January showing that we've been denying our people. And I've sat up here personally and said, no, we got plenty of beds. Just talk to our social workers. They'll get you in them. And then to find out that we don't, that I'm up here saying something that's not true because the contract that I've signed isn't being abided by in one way or another. You're supposed to be providing a certain amount of beds to unsheltered residents in the city of Vista. It's clearly not happening. 32% of what we're paying for isn't acceptable. I saw that we got 100 in Vista funding for 3 quarters. So we paid for 150,000 instead of 200,000. Well, if we only got 32%, shouldn't I only be paying for 32% of the beds? And I 1,000% agree with the new model of funding, is we will fund you when you tell us you have a bed. I additionally support my council members here that says, hey, we need more control. We need more local control, we need more data, and we need more action. So we do have this non-congregate shelter that we talked about. Thank you, Senator Blakespear, for giving us $5 million for it. Greatly appreciated. Put that bad boy in full gear as quick as possible so that we can actually give our unsheltered community that we're working so hard to get back up on their feet, deliver the promises that we've been told we're able to deliver and that we're paying a crap ton of money for. Because $16,666 a month, that's a lot of hotel rooms, okay? And for every single one of these people that were denied, why didn't we say, hey, instead of spending $127 a night here, let's put them up $127 per night somewhere else? It's raining, it's cold, it's warm, whatever. The reason why these people want shelter, regardless of if a bed's available, in my opinion or not, we should be able to provide them shelter. Our social workers should have the ability to have a hotel voucher for these people. If they call and say, they denied me at La Posada, immediately pick them up and take them somewhere. I don't know why we're not doing that. With the amount of money we're allocating, we should be able to do that. So I'm fired up. This is upsetting to me. It's not magic, it's math. And the data and the numbers don't lie. And that's what we're looking at is data and numbers. And it really upsets me when I don't get what I paid for. And it's not me paying for it. There's 103,000 residents in the city of Vista that put their faith and trust in all 5 of us and said, hey, you're paying for something, what are you delivering? And what we told them we were delivering, which was about 3,000 nights of available beds, hasn't been available. So I do not support renewing the contract with this company as is. I do think that from a communication standpoint, a monthly update or a bi-weekly update should be given to us. This was all, came to fruition because of our city manager was nice enough to put in the city update that, hey, there were a couple people who wanted shelter and didn't get it. And we're like, really? That's news to us. Why? And then we get this whole freaking report. So I'm disappointed in the time it took to get to us, but I'm also disappointed in the data in this report. And I pray that no matter what contract we sign moving forward, I never have to look at a report like this again. Because to show that from the beginning of June 1st, up until the end of this report, 3 people were successful, which means all of the other people on this page right here, this whole page, this whole half page, this whole page right here, unsuccessful. I know you don't have this report in front of you. Please get it to them. Let them see it because it's not acceptable to me. I'm good. I appreciate your time, and I'm looking forward to making some movement on this. Thank you.
I would like to hear an update from Exodus on the status of our motel voucher program. How were we able to use that to help some of these people? Are we out of money? Where do we stand? Could you come give us a little update on that?
It's a shame that I walk up here to let you know that I do not have that data with me. So I apologize. I know that we have been putting people into hotels. I'm in the office where they call and ask for us to contact and get people booked in. So we are utilizing the hotel vouchers.
I think I can offer a response to that if I may. So we have two separate funding sources for the outreach work with Access Recovery, one of them being PLHA. PLHA, unfortunately, is not eligible for motel vouchers, but with the ERF grant that we do use for the encampment resolution work, those do qualify for motel vouchers, and we do administer motel vouchers with that funding source.
Just give me that again without all the letters. You're saying some of these people qualify for vouchers and some don't?
It depends on the area that they're engaged with within the city.
Okay, if they're within the encampment resolution funding area.
Correct, yep.
Then we have motel vouchers for those folks.
Yes.
Okay. Let's hear a proposal when we get the information about whether or not, because we could have housed, for $187,500, we could have housed all 50 people for 30 nights in a motel for $125 a night. What does it cost us for a motel voucher per night?
That I don't know. I would imagine, just from perhaps personal knowledge, might be around $100 a night.
Yeah, so if it's 100 a night, then it'd be a fifth cheaper than what I just quoted.
I would also note, so unfortunately, the shelter bed contract is funded with the PLHA dollars, which is the funding source that is not eligible for motel vouchers.
Well, I think that we ought to have a proposal for motel vouchers for everyone. And by the way, I want to really talk about motel vouchers because I'm beginning to become aware that there's a vicious cycle with motel vouchers where somebody gets 21 days in a motel and then they're homeless again afterwards. And so I really want to understand what that pathway is out of that motel voucher into a shelter placement or into permanent housing. And I really like to get some information on that. I don't know if you're prepared for that tonight, but maybe when we talk about this again in 2 weeks, you could come loaded on that. What do you think?
You're right. I'm not prepared for that tonight, but I think the solution would be permanent supportive housing and affordable housing. Otherwise, people will just shift from place to place if they can't afford housing to sustain on their own.
Well, but let's get more specific. If we don't have a shelter bed available, does it make a lot of sense for us? Is it a game changer for that person? If they came to us and said, today, I want to go to the shelter, we've been working with them for 3 weeks, and they say yes today, and we call and Haven House says there's no bed available, would it be a game changer for that person if we had motel voucher dollars available? And I don't want to just reflexive yes, I want us to really think about, because some people want that hotel for 3 weeks and they're not on the right path to, really want to work with case manager. And the other question is, are we able to provide case management services while they're in the motel? Are they beginning the journey? Because this is something that a lot of people don't realize is that going into the shelter is the first step on the journey to being rehoused. And that's why I talk a lot about the purpose of Bridge Shelter is to get people a case manager and to get them taking the necessary steps to get rehoused. But so what I want to ask you to think about this in 2 weeks from now, really come, all of you that are involved in Vista's homeless outreach effort, and really understand whether or not that would be something that would be beneficial and give us the opportunity, because if it would, then let's talk about whether or not we think we need to prioritize those funds for the PLHA and the non-ERF areas, right? The other thing is just financially, again, we're spending $1.3 million if you combine the $200,000 for the shelter and the $1.1 million annually for the outreach team. So we got roughly a third, I think, mathematically, of the people that wanted shelter into shelter. So take 2/3 of $1.3 million, and that's what we didn't get. But our total expenditure is about $108,000 a month to get this very small. I mean, we're, let me tell you, folks, if money solved problems, we could be buying everybody a really nice place to live. Seriously, we could rent people a really nice apartment. If everybody that we approached said, I'm ready for housing, I'm ready to go now, and we didn't need the great team at Exodus to help us convince them to go. If we didn't have to visit with people 20 times, if they would just say, you know, come to City Hall and sign up, we could house them cheaper than probably what we're doing right now. We're spending a fortune. So whenever anything breaks down in that chain, we need you to come into City Hall with your hair on fire and, you know, like just, you know, sit down in the lobby and say, I'm not leaving until I get to the mayor or the council or the city manager because something's got to change here. You know, you're empowered to do that. This council, I think we'd all agree, you know, you're empowered to do that. Call every one of us on our cell phone number and say something's wrong and we need your help. You know, whenever somebody's not getting in, whenever we're having this breakdown, please treat it like an emergency and get to us right away. Councilmember Melendez.
Wow, great discussion, everyone. Thank you. I did have another question, and that was specifically what is the source of the $200,000 that is going to the shelter beds? And you answered that it's permanent local housing allocation funds. And I have made this point at previous meetings for different uses of PLHA funds. PLHA funds are provided by, is it the state government?
Correct, from HCD.
From HCD to be used for primarily permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is truly the resolution of one's homelessness. It is 80% effective when it or more, 80% or more effective when it comes to resolving someone's homelessness. Shelters are an emergency solution to reduce harm for the person that is exposed to the elements. So to know that we're using permanent housing dollars, which there's not a lot of funds available for us to build permanent supportive housing, for us to build affordable homes in our community. We can't foot the bill all on our own as a city, our little city of Vista. We can't do that. We need support. And these funding sources are meant to be the building blocks of the solution for people's homelessness. So when it comes to deliverables for the community, and you know, Mayor, to your point, when we have to visit someone 20 times to get them to engage in a service, what we are offering is not very attractive. I want us to be very effective in resolving homelessness. It is one of our goals of our strategic plan to address homelessness, to resolve homelessness. Emergency shelter does not resolve someone's homelessness. The only thing that resolves someone's homelessness is a home. And it's a bummer that KUSI left, because that's the real story right now, is that we have funds available for permanent supportive housing that we are using for emergency revolving door services that are just not sustainable. Let's look at case studies like the city of Corona that was able to reduce their homelessness by 60%, taking a very aggressive approach with permanent supportive housing. It's a way better use of public funds. The reason why we don't provide permanent supportive housing is because of stigma, where we don't think that certain people should live in our community. But we know from the data that the people who are going homeless in our community are from our community, and they deserve a place to live too. They deserve a place to recover from their homelessness too. And if we're going to spend public dollars, I would rather it be for the most effective solutions possible. In the interim, regardless of what funding source we use for shelter beds, I wanted to affirm, the reason why I pushed my button initially, Mayor, was to affirm that yes, I do support a per diem model. That would be the only condition under which I would agree to continue a relationship with the Alliance for Regional Solutions. In fact, I agree with Councilmember Green that I'm hesitant to continue on at all, not only because we're using PLHA funds for emergency shelter, and we're about to produce our own shelter, but two, because of how this has been miscommunicated and mismanaged. So I really want to continue to assert my goal, which is the most effective use of public funds to resolve homelessness for people permanently. And I believe through my understanding of the data and studies, that permanent supportive housing is the solution. And we should be pursuing that very aggressively in the city of Vista. I know that we don't need to make a decision on this tonight. We're having a discussion, and this is going to come back to us in 2 weeks. But this does impact a lot. Our different financing tools that we're using to pay for these beds could be spent elsewhere, and we have to legitimately consider what we're going to use these dollars for. $200,000 that could go towards developing a shovel-ready project that we can go out for state funds and federal grants for to build permanent supportive housing here in Vista. Thanks.
I want to point out that we're also in a tight spot where there are no other shelters providers in North County. I did speak to leaders in Oceanside. They just recently brought the rescue mission shelter online. Unfortunately, they're not at a place right now where they're opening that to anybody other than referrals from Oceanside. So it is important. We want to recognize, La Posada and Haven House are great facilities, and we are appreciative of our partnership. And I do want to underscore that. We want to make some changes, but number one, I do want to, we know that Haven House is operated at a massive loss. And so it is an essential service that you're providing to the city of Vista. And I do just want to, in between the frustration, I want you to know that we appreciate what you do every day, that it's a tough job, that you're doing something that you're not getting paid a bunch of money to do, and you have a heart to serve people. And I do just want to take a second to tell you that we appreciate that you love people and that you're doing something to help people. Did you have one more thought you wanted to offer? Go ahead, please.
So the Alliance for Regional Solutions, the only two, Haven House and Catholic Charities is only one small portion of the Alliance for Regional Solutions. There's other shelters in that network that also do serve Vista residents. The data that you've received from Exodus is based on the outreach team. So I do want to clarify that Vista residents do go into all of the shelter network. And Haven House and Catholic Charities are not the only two shelters funded by the $200,000 that you provide. That funding does go to the full shelter network. And there are Vista residents that are not included in the data that you have. Those are only outreach numbers. So I really did want to clarify that so that the city does understand that we are serving Vista residents in that network. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. That's important. I do want to talk because we're seeing, and when I talk to other shelter providers today, and I made calls, because originally I was under the impression that we were out of business, and I'm glad that that's not the case. I'm grateful that that's not the case. La Posada, you're telling us, is reopened. Haven House, or Turk now. What does Turk stand for? Oh, okay. They're open, but I want to talk about what's the address of our buildings that we're buying for the non-congregate facility?
That's along South Santa Fe. I believe it's 2164 and some of the surrounding numbers.
Okay, I was hoping it was on a different street so we could give it an operational title. We need to come up with an operational title to refer to that project other than the non-congregate shelter facility. But the 18 rooms, which in my opinion could be 36 or more beds, right? Is a lot. We have couples that are homeless in our community. We have families that are homeless. By the way, I have a disagreement with staff because staff's coming back to me and telling me you don't want families housed next to men. And I had conversations today with shelter providers who told me they are doing that now. And when I have children sleeping on the street with their mothers, I obviously would like to not put them in the home next door to single men who are low barrier, but I would rather they had a bed to sleep in than that they slept on the concrete, exposed to the elements. And some of these people don't have cars. So I want us to rethink our position on that. Also important to note is that, and I did talk to Greg Angela today, we do want in on the new family shelter. We want to buy capacity there. At least I do, and I'm sure that you'll agree with me. But we had 13 families that we turned away in addition to these individuals that we weren't able to provide shelter for. And the kids really bother me. So, where are we at with, we got to come up with a title. Is the money, do we know that the money is secure from the state?
It is.
Okay. Do we know when we're going to get it?
We are able to spend immediately.
We are?
Yep.
Okay. We got to have Operation Lightning Speed here. We need to pull out all the stops. We need this thing online yesterday. What I was going to start to say is in my conversation with the other shelter providers, same thing that's going on with Haven House and La Posada, there's a crush right now of demand for shelter bed availability. We need these beds online yesterday. So I want to understand from staff, what are all the burdens? What do we have to do? Who do we have to call? We want this thing open tomorrow. The buildings are already built. We're waiting for carpet and paint and maybe some minor ADA improvements. What's the timeline? And I know you didn't come necessarily prepared to answer this question, but I'm gonna hit you with it anyway.
Please.
What do we have to do to make this what, Mr. Conley, what do we have to do to put an emergency RFP out? How do we get this thing online within 90 days? How do we do this? Because this is an apartment complex that's already built. It already exists. We need some furniture, we need some paint, we need some carpet. Joe and I'll get it done in 90 days, okay? Just put it in our hands. We're on it, okay? So I want you to elaborate for me what you see the challenges are to getting this done in 90 days. I'm gonna go 90 to 120 days.
Yeah, so the anticipated timeline currently is to have the RFP released early October. The primary, I guess the greatest amount of time that's required to get this thing operational will be the selection of a service provider. So our RFP will allow for 60 days for consideration from potential applicants, where we're also going to encourage site tours. So of course, we want to make sure that we have valid and well-informed proposals from applicants. So we want to make sure that we have enough time to provide site tours to service providers.
Because there are like 5 people, maybe there's 8, but there's probably like 5 that are potential providers. I want to make sure that we've started those conversations yesterday and that we've already had them out as soon as tomorrow to view this property. Like, we got to pull out all the stops. We got to do it.
Yes, the
We
buildings
got to
will
get everybody, pull people off other assignments here at City Hall and figure out, Joe and I'll come paint, okay? I'm not kidding. I heard today Joe paints fences. I'm dead serious. Well, I bet there's some people in this room would help us paint. We'll get the people from the churches out to paint. What do we got to do? What do we got to do to get this thing? There's no excuses, Mr. City Attorney, what can we do on an emergency basis on this contracting? If we declare an emergency, can we do something more creative and faster to get this RFP out? Can we do a short-term operator that we can reevaluate in as little as 6 months? That way, if they're not running it the right way, we're not locked into a 3-year agreement?
It's possible. Declaration of emergency does allow the city council to bypass some of the restrictions on purchasing control. So it is possible that we could sole source a short-term provider while we're RFPing. We could take a look at that.
This is an emergency. If the law gives us the right to sole source on a short-term basis, but I think, look, I don't know if it could be any worse than this. This is $1.3 million where we got 1/3 of the value. How much worse could it be if we have an interim short-term provider and we go, hey, 6 months, if you don't screw it up, we just might extend your contract permanently for another 3 years. But if we don't like the way you're doing it, you're not getting an extension. And if we have to go back, will we have to go back at that point? After the emergency, will we need to go back to the regular RFP?
Yes.
Okay, if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. That's fine. But I do believe this is an emergency. We got a bunch of people. We spent, we got millions of dollars deployed. I called Mr. Conley and I said, John, I got 30 guys at a construction site. I got 2 truckloads of lumber and I'm missing 1 pound of nails and can't get the job done. We're missing 1 pound of nails to get this job done. a small thing has hindered the execution and implementation and efficient utilization of $1 million of taxpayer money. And we have human beings living on our street that are saying they want to go, and we don't have a place for them to go. So I'm asking the council to all join me in saying this is an emergency. Whatever we've got to do, whatever midnight oil we've got to burn, whatever fences we have to paint, whatever we've got to do to leverage volunteerism, let's get it done. Can we agree that this is an emergency and we have to get this shelter online, like immediately? Or at least talk about that situation on the 12th, or the 26th rather? We have our next meeting. We ask staff to come back to us with a plan of action to get this thing online by, what is this? I would say by the end of the year, by January 1st. That's enough time. If this is the private sector, we can get this done. Let's believe in ourselves that we can get this done. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Just a quick clarification on the emergency status. Is that the same emergency status that previous councils could have enacted, or is it different?
No, it's the same. Would be a proclamation of emergency.
Perfect. Well, I have sat here during meetings and I have said that it was a huge mistake of previous councils to not declare an emergency. So I'm 100%. If we want to rectify what previous councils neglected to do, which is call this an emergency, because it is, I'm 100% for that. I do want to also state support for Councilmember Melendez. She has brought up every single time the PHLA funds. And we know that housing last does not work. We know that permanent supportive housing, I actually think it's 86% effectiveness. We have 2 projects right now, right, for permanent supportive housing that are going to come back to the council. It's not enough. We need more. We have a project that's going to come online for 54 units for our senior population, the fastest growing population experiencing homelessness. 54 is not enough. So I do support relooking at how we're using our PHLA funds. Are we using it for a bandage? I still think we need a shelter here. So the non-congregate model, agree, we should have a better operational name for it. I don't think that's going to be enough. So I think we do need an additional shelter. But we do know that permanent supportive housing is the most successful intervention outside of an intervention to prevent homelessness, which we have done here in the city, which is provide folks with emergency funds, whether it's utilities or other issues that are edging people towards becoming homeless. So I think this is a long time coming. When was it first discussed? Was it ever discussed that this was an emergency? Does anybody know? I wasn't on council then, so I'm not sure.
I don't have that. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember speaking to our previous city manager, and I have in the public record stated that it was a mistake that we didn't move forward at declaring this a crisis. And I talked to our assistant city manager, then she was acting city manager, and I've said it in the public record. That was a mistake, and I 100% support you, Mayor, in rectifying that mistake.
I would just add to that, this came out of questioning. I was asking questions about why we were at 37% in the last 6 months. And as I began to, insist that something was wrong, I started to get information that, it was so low because we weren't able to provide all the beds. And that was the first time I'd heard about that. So I don't know if this is a situation that's brand new or if this is a situation that persisted. I mean, although we used 87% the year before. So I believe I'm getting information. What I'm understanding through my investigation today is that this shelter bed crisis is something that is really cropping up this year, more so than in the last couple of years. So, because our utilization went from 87% to as low as 32% in these numbers that we have tonight. And that is what illuminated the fact that we were not getting the bed nights that we were paying for. And that's what illuminated this fact. And under the belief that we had bed nights that we weren't getting, that were available, I thought we had beds that were empty, that we were offering to people. I thought we had offered every single person a bed. And my belief was that there were empty beds because people wouldn't take them. And, and I think that may have been true up to 2022, but during this period of time, which is about the last 12 months, that is not true. So the condition of I've got somebody that wants to go and I don't have a bed, to me, that is an emergency. And so, that state didn't exist before, to my knowledge and awareness. Now it does exist. Now it is an emergency. And I want you to know that today I discussed with staff and other leaders the idea of reconsidering, if we need to bring additional shelter on within the city limits. I was never opposed to building the shelter within Vista. I was opposed to building shelter at a time when we were being told we weren't utilizing all the beds that we had and that were available. So the thought of building capacity where we have unused capacity, that was what was the sticking point for me. But when we've gotten to a point where we are beyond and don't have the capacity that we need, that, I do see this is a huge priority for me, providing shelter for everybody that wants to go. I want every human being that is on our streets that wants to sleep in a warm bed tonight and eat a hot meal in the morning. I want every one of them to have access to that. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So number one, I also support making this an emergency and doing everything we can to get our new non-congregate shelter. We'll make a great name. We should put that online for a good suggestion. Maybe McShelter Lot or something. I'm just kidding. But anyways, I really want to do everything we can to get that on there. I also just want to kind of wrap this up by saying I appreciate staff's recommendations right here. I would basically, I know we don't need a motion, but I'm basically, if you're looking for consensus from the council, I love these recommendations. The only change that I really have to this is I don't like quarterly reports. At this point, I think we need monthly reports. I think anything more than monthly might overwhelm us because we get weekly updates on so many other things. But once a month to just show, hey, this is how many people requested shelter. This is how many we placed. Kind of like the same data that we're chewing on and wanting to spit out of our mouths right now. Hopefully we could get something that tastes a little bit better in our monthly reports. But I would say this is a fantastic plan of action to make sure that we're getting what we pay for. And if you could just up the reports to monthly, I would be 100% in support of staff's recommendation. So thank you so much. And thank you also, Mayor and Council, for just making this a priority, getting this data out here and really making sure that we all take action on it.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Also support the emergency. I think that this was an emergency when our homelessness population rose by some 40% during the pandemic, so we should have done this way sooner. But in the moment that we're in right now, it is what it is, so we absolutely need to declare an emergency for it so we can get this done. I appreciate the fact that there are residents that are being served in network outside of this data subset, but I don't have that information in front of me. And the data I have received, if it's inaccurate, we've all talked about it, so I'm not going to try and beat a dead horse. But I can't rely on what I'm even looking at here. So to hear that there's a different subset of data that could help kind of rectify the situation, until I have that in front of me, it doesn't mean much. But what I would ask is that at the next meeting when we do discuss this, anything you can show to have proven that you were executing against this contract, as far as when people requested shelter, even if it wasn't at anything listed on this page, that they were serviced in network and where they were serviced or where they were denied. All of that is relevant to our making a decision on how we proceed moving forward. But to echo some of the things that have been said, I do. And I know it's been a rough evening talking about it, but I know that we all appreciate the work you do. I think that it is a thankless job at times. You are really overcoming or trying to overcome something that there is no permanent solution and probably never will be. But the more we can do to try and effectively utilize the tools we have while creating new tools, if we can't do that, it's going to be ineffective. So the more we can do that, obviously the better it's going to be. So I just wanted to speak also, I think the monthly updates would be good. I would actually like all of the data monthly, not just from this subset, so we can actually see that if there are other places that are bringing in our unsheltered population. We actually have that in front of us. And beyond that, again, I'll look forward. I mean, I know COVID came up. I know we've had a growing population of unsheltered individuals. I can't excuse where we've gotten to because of those reasons, but I do want to work together to correct it. So whatever we can do to make that happen, I would appreciate. And then I will look forward to a larger discussion next meeting, but I absolutely think that we should move forward as quick as we can and move forward with an emergency.
Councilmember Melendez.
Great, I'll keep it brief. I do support expediting conversations about our in-town, well, not even in town, right, in-county shelter. I spoke with a service provider this week and kind of was able to get a new perspective on, non-congregate versus transitional housing, transitional shelter. And I think that there are models that we can follow to meet the needs for both capacity and individuality for the people that we serve there. And I've known this, and it was reaffirmed with the friend I was speaking with, ever since I was providing social services before I was elected, it was very clear to me, and I'm sure the service providers in the room can speak to this, that we have a lack of transitional housing, right? We have a lack of options for people in between shelter and permanent housing. And I would go as far as to say that it has always been an emergency, in particular, our housing crisis exacerbating this homelessness situation. We can do better, and there's a lot of gaps in between. So is it reasonable to ask for this item, our Vista shelter, to be put on the next agenda? Are we planning to do that? I would like to request that.
As far as we have to go out for an RFP and we have to bring a provider back, so that was our next intended.
I would like to reevaluate, right? We are in a position where we need to declare an emergency. Is that something that needs to happen at the next meeting?
Yes, we can bring the emergency
Okay.
declaration back.
In addition to that, I think it's also reasonable within the same meeting to not necessarily pull back from the RFP, but to reevaluate it based on our current needs, right? I'm evolving in my understanding of best practices. I have some thoughts. I don't want to get into a non-agendized topic, but I have some thoughts to contribute to this shelter, and I would like to be able to do that sooner in the process rather than later.
So we can bring the RFP back for review and discussion for the council at the next meeting if you'd like to do that.
Let's do that. I would like an agendized item to declare an emergency and to discuss the RFP. I'd like to have eyes on it, and maybe some of our thoughts and feelings have changed, especially knowing the state of shelters regionally and what the regional needs are. If we have the opportunity to provide non-congregate or transitional housing for people experiencing homelessness, that also helps the Alliance for Regional Solutions. That is, we have a shelter network, right? There's a variety of options for people, and I think that we need to also be as effective partners as possible and make sure that we're providing the best possible product to meet the need regionally. Outside of that, I really do. I'm very glad that this conversation is happening and that we have the funds to pursue a shelter here in Vista and make sure that we have as many resources as possible for folks in this terrible situation.
What I'm hearing the council say is that we want to put the RFP on ice for a second, and we want to declare an emergency, and we want to do a sole source contract to get this thing open as soon as humanly possible. And then we can come back in 6 months with a fully formed RFP. And once we've had time to select a permanent provider, if that happens to be, if the incumbent happens to win, okay. If they don't, then we'll go with somebody new. It'll give us a 6-month tryout anyway. And I know there's some legalities, and Walter's going to do the research on the legalities. But I don't want to wait a year for this thing to be open. I don't want to wait 2 years. And I think if we just act like our hair's on fire and just say, by God, it's going to be open by the end of the year or sooner if we can, I think, I'll go to IKEA, we'll get some beds, Joe will get the paint. You know, we need some staff. I mean, we overcomplicate things in government to an extreme point, and we got a crisis. We need to bring these things on. You know, we need some people. We need the right people. Let's get the people. Let's get the thing open, right? Just so we're all on the same page.
If I may offer
Please.
some additional information
do.
that the council may find helpful, the current project timeline does dictate that a service provider could potentially be provided or selected by January and would meet that 120 days that you had mentioned.
Would they open the thing by January?
Yes, we would have site control by October. The
Well,
city would.
Now that you know where the council's at on this in terms of sense of urgency, let's hear all the ideas on the 26th.
We'll bring it back.
Yeah, but we want this thing by the first of the new year. We're gonna have a New Year's party at this place, okay? Joe Hood wanted to be heard on this item. Mr. Hood, you have 3 minutes, sir. Sorry, get to you earlier.
I've listened to many council discussions. This is the most fruitful and powerful one that I think I've heard this calendar year. Thank you so much. Wonderful job. And as a leader in several environmental organizations in North County, I volunteer to reach out to our membership, to volunteer, to help you do whatever the hell you got to do to get this thing launched, right? So we're ready to stand up. We will come join you. Let us know. Tell us what you need, and we'll be there.
There you have it. If Mr. Hood and the deputy mayor and myself can all get together on something, then we got it. We got it. We got it. All right. I like it. Let's do it. Okay, now we're going to adjourn our special emergency meeting, and we're going to reconvene our regularly scheduled meeting. We're going to thank you very much to all of our service providers who took the time to come and be here. Again, we really do appreciate you, and we know you got a hard job. Thank you. We're going to give it about 30 seconds here before we get started with Michael Markov. As we return to item D2, we're going to go back to our public comments. Michael Markov, if you're here, please come forward to the podium, followed by Maria Quintana Rodriguez, followed by Mary Cottle, C-O-T-T-E, C-O-H, read that for me, John, what's that name? Christian Perret, are you? Oh, very good. Please come forward, and you have 3 minutes. You're Maria Quintana?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to come here tonight and offer my support or voice my support for reducing the lanes on Melrose. I live at 606 Spire Street, which is the corner of Melrose and Spires. And just a little bit of background, my husband and I purchased the house maybe about a year ago. Joe, you showed us one of the houses that we looked at. But fast forward, I am 8 months pregnant and a car runs into our house. And it was very traumatic. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and we hear a thud, and we go outside to find that there is a car in our backyard, and unfortunately, the driver was deceased. So you can imagine the trauma that it caused me being 8 months pregnant. And we mentioned bringing safety to the roads. I want to feel safe in my own house. I mean, that car could have hit the front of my house, and you know, it would have been an even more, a bigger tragedy than what it was. And I hear that that's not the first time that happens. There was actually an accident just 10 feet from where that car hit at my neighbor's house, and there was also a person that was deceased there a couple of years ago. And a boy across the street was hit by a car, and he died too. So this highway is not, it's not a street, it's a highway, and I came here with my neighbors. There were several others that also wanted to come tonight but couldn't. We all support the reduction of the lanes because we do want to feel safe in our community. And my husband and I talked to Katie when she was in the neighborhood, and we explained to her, we drive out of our neighborhood to go walk at a safe place. Like, who does that? Who should get in their car to drive to go walk their dog or my son? You know, I wouldn't think of walking down that street with my son. There's no way. And not only that, the stroller doesn't fit. The sidewalks are very small. And I think about, you know, is it ADA safe, appropriate? Is it safe for all of these kids? I watch them walk up and down the streets. I watch them ride their bikes to and from school. It's not very safe. It's not a very safe road. And I understand that reducing it back to 2 lanes would create more traffic, but I'd rather have fender benders than a car in my living room. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And was Mary C. here? Okay, Mary Cottle was in opposition, but I don't think she's here still. Was Michael Markov here? Okay, he was in opposition, but he's not here. Frank Cicero. Is Frank here? He didn't say whether he was in favor or against. Steve Tompkins. Steve Tompkins, he was in favor.
Hi, I don't know if everyone can hear me.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, please, go ahead.
I'm Steve Tompkins' wife. He had to leave, but I'm at home. I have little ones, so I couldn't be there tonight. But my house actually backs up against Melrose, so the UFO I could see it from my home, from my window in my backyard and what have you. I've lived here for 5 years, and North Melrose actually seems neglected compared to South Melrose and other major streets in Vista. Frequently, I hear cars, trucks, motorcycles traveling at speeds that are only allowed on highways. It is ridiculous. Like the woman who said previously, I would love to walk on Melrose. I've tried to do it. It's terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. And I shouldn't have to be scared to walk on Melrose when there are residential homes around. I do agree about the drag racing. That has happened multiple times. You can see it from my home. And yes, there are sheriffs out there, but they are typically there like during rush hour, say, 1 or 2 o'clock, when they need to be there at 1 in the morning. That's when accidents happen. And I'd also like to point out on Melrose, there is a high school there. There are students who go to Trade Tech High. And I thought that when there are schools around, that the speed limit should be 25 miles per hour. And I know the gentleman, before we talked about the homeless issue, was scared for his 8-year-old. I agree. I'm terrified to have my kids or have anybody's kids go to that high school across the street and walk around. I'd also love to see a median with landscaping, possibly, just like on Melrose, the south side of Melrose, past the 78. And again, I want to mention the sheriff's department. It would be great if we could have them out there more regularly to actually enforce the speed, because even in the middle of the day, they are going at ridiculous speeds. And when I say they, I mean drivers. And I know we're not talking about this, but I would like to mention if Councilmember O'Donnell's giving away speed bumps from the Maryland school to Vita on Maryland. People speed on there, and there's children who walk home from school, and that's really all I have to say. So I am for it, and we should reduce those lanes.
Thank you. Lawrence Tran filled out a card and indicated that they did not want to speak, but they are in favor. Christian Perez Martin. And after Christian Perez Martin, we'll be recognizing Matthew Mahon on Zoom.
Good night, Council. I'm just here to say that I'm in favor of reducing the lanes. I realized that, I grew up on North Melrose my whole life. I've been here in Vista my whole life, and just seeing it go from 2 lanes to 3 lanes, I haven't really seen that much of an improvement, honestly. I thought it was like, I know another person mentioned how it's only like a North Melrose where it's like a 3-lane, and like before and after it goes into 2-lane again. I think that doesn't really work out. And one thing I have noticed is that, like, it's really dangerous around there, especially for the bike lanes. I mean, I've placed out my trash cans on the bike lane, and then the next day when I went to go bring them back in, like, someone had hit the trash can. Like, the recycling bin, like, completely destroyed. I'm like, it's in the bicycle lane. Like cars are hitting the trash can in the bicycle lane. I'm like, I think that's really crazy, you know. I think it's a good idea to go back to 2 lanes and expand the bike lane a little bit more, because it's really skinny by there too. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Matthew Mahon on Zoom. Matthew Mahon, okay, he's no longer on. Okay. That'll bring us to our council discussion. We'll close now the opportunity for public comment on this item. Mr. Hassan, I have a couple of questions. Do you have the average daily traffic count on this stretch of road for the present, as well as the time preceding the addition of the third lane?
Yeah, it's 36,000 vehicles per day, which is it's been steady.
Were there more cars or less cars prior to the addition of the third lane?
The 36,000 vehicles per day, that was, I'm trying to remember the day, that was just before. We don't have any current data, but I think it's still pretty much the same.
Okay, probably
As far
still
as the volumes just going through the segment.
Okay. Have we done have we put the rope down? What do you call that thing you lay across the street? The traffic counter?
Yeah, the counters.
That counts the number of cars and the speed they're going, right?
The speed study we have not done.
Okay. All right, so we don't know if the average speed has increased. Do we know what the prevailing speed is before we added the lane?
Yeah, I don't think we've done that before or after as far as like a 24-hour speed study. We have radar surveys from before that we can duplicate those after as well.
Okay, so we can't compare the prevailing speed. We could, but we need to do a new study.
Yes.
A new radar study. Okay, when you say radar study, you have a piece of equipment that we own that you take out there and you leave out there for some period of time, and it measures how fast everybody's going, and it creates an average, right?
Yeah, actually, it's still done by our contractor, but it's much less as far as the duration. It's just not a 24-hour study.
So what can you tell us about the delta between the number of accidents that occurred on a yearly basis before and after?
So the accidents actually, I compared 5 years before to 5 years after the restriping, and the accidents actually went up.
And
went down.
They went down.
When we went from 4 to 6. And
we had 4 accidents in the last 5 years, and the 5 years before that, before the restriping, we had 6.
And no, it was more than that. But from when we went from 4 to 6 lanes. So when we had the 4 lanes prior to like early 2018, and this is only the segment from North to Olive, not the entire length of North Melrose.
Which is the length that we are talking about today.
Correct. Yeah, so we had, let's see, total collisions, we had 34.
That was in which period of time?
This was from April 2013 to March 2018.
What years?
April 2013, yeah.
13 to 18. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. 34 from 13 to 18. And then how many did we have from, what is it, 18 to present? Is that the comparable 5-year period?
Yeah, so sorry, let me get that right one. This is, then from April 2018 to 2023, we had 24. So it went down from 34 to 24.
All right. So that is an appreciable reduction in accidents. I do have residents that are complaining about us taking this throughput away. The number of traffic accidents was reduced. We don't know if the change in average daily traffic count, we don't know what that is, and that's a very easy thing for us to ascertain. We don't know if the speeds have increased or decreased, and that's another very easy thing for us to ascertain. So what I'm going to ask is, because this is 5 years in the making, I'd like to see us know if the traffic accidents were reduced. I would like to know if the traffic on this stretch was increased or decreased, or it stayed the same. And I would like to know if the prevailing speed, as the actual observed average speed on this road, has it gone up or has it gone down? We can get that information relatively easily and without great expense, and it would add greatly to our ability to understand whether we're making the right decision here. So I can't make a decision unless I have those scientific data. We have a large 5-year period of data that we've collected that we can easily compare against 5 years previously. I want to see those data, and I'm not prepared to render a decision until I do.
I was just going to make 2 notes, sorry.
What's that?
Yeah, I was going to make 2 notes about the accident record. So on the entire stretch of North Melrose where we did all of the restriping, the accidents did go up. So it's opposite of the section between North Melrose and Olive. So if we looked at the whole section of North Melrose, the entire length of North Melrose, the accidents did go up with the additional lanes. So
wait, so okay, so you told me it went from 34 to 24.
That's only between North and Olive.
Well, what about the whole? Wait, so are we only proposing restriping a portion of it? What are we talking about here?
Just a portion of it. The reason why I bring that up is because my assessment of why the accidents went down in the section between North and Olive is because of the 3 lanes at the intersections. I have looked at through the accident patterns, and we had a lot of rear-end accidents before the 4 to 6 lanes. And a lot of them were at those 2 intersections because of the congestion. However, with this proposal, we're still leaving the 3 lanes at those 2 intersections. So I think that the treatment basically was really adding the additional lanes at each of those intersections, which this proposal would still maintain.
Well, I still want to know if the speeds got faster. And I still want to know if the traffic count went up or went down, or it stayed the same. Those are data that are very easy to ascertain, and I would really like to have those. They're important scientific data before we render a decision here. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I'm reorienting from our past emergency discussion, so I'm not sure if we received your slides on this. I have them up here, but did you go through them? I don't think we had time.
Yeah, I went through it. It was kind of quick, but I did.
Would we be able to hear those? I think there's just a few slides. I would appreciate that.
Okay, so the restriping that we had initially done from the 4 lanes to 6 lanes happened in late 2017, and it was in an effort to reduce congestion and facilitate motor vehicle flow. However, since the restriping, we have received multiple complaints from residents along the section of North Melrose, specifically between North Avenue and Olive Avenue. And mainly, I think the reason is because this segment is abutted by residential single-family homes. And the complaints from the residents included speeding, difficulty pulling out of driveways and side streets, trash pickup, mail delivery access, and the close proximity of the added 3rd travel lane to their homes. And this segment of North Melrose Drive carries 36,000 vehicles a day, which is within the range of adequate operation for a 4-lane road. The proposed restriping would not affect the approaches to the intersections at either end, which are North Avenue and Olive Avenue. And also the restriping would also allow for the creation of additional width to implement protected bike lanes. It's just an overall map of the area between Olive Avenue and North Avenue. And the recommendation is to approve restriping North Melrose Drive between Olive Avenue and North Avenue from 6 travel lanes to 4 travel lanes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Going a further bird's eye view, and maybe I'll pull it up on a map here. Not all of Melrose currently is 6 lanes. This portion between Olive Avenue and North Avenue is 6 lanes. But if you go closer to, let's see. Yes, if you go closer to Copper and further down, crossing the 78, what's the status of the lanes?
Yeah, so between, just south of Olive, which is south of the segment that we're discussing tonight, that actually was left at 4 lanes intentionally because of the residential need for parking. There's a condo complex and a mobile home park on the east side and west side of that segment. So that segment was left at 4 lanes. And then as you go further south, starting at Copper, then it goes to the 6 lanes.
Okay. And then I know it does reduce down to 4 to retain parking on either side.
Right.
And is the intention then to open it back up to 6 lanes for the intersection of Olive and Melrose?
Yes, correct. So, which it currently is 6
Right.
lanes. So
And then at what point immediately after that intersection would it be reduced down to 4 lanes?
Yes. As soon as the traffic goes through in the northbound direction, traffic would go through Olive Avenue.
How do people merge onto that?
We would have the typical taper and transition for a lane merge.
Okay. And would that happen once you cross the intersection?
Right after. yeah.
Okay. So it would be transition starting at Olive, transition
Just north of,
to
yes.
4 lane. Okay. So I would be prepared to make a motion to approve this recommendation for a couple of reasons. One, this segment, like it says in the report, this segment of North Melrose Drive carries approximately 36,000 vehicles a day, and that is adequate operation for a 4-lane road. So we don't necessarily need the 2 additional lanes to move 36,000 vehicles per day. Is that my proper understanding of it?
Yes, that's correct. And the big distinguishing thing is that traffic between traffic signals and traffic at signalized intersections. So if, like on this segment between Olive and North, when the traffic is just running between the traffic signals, the 4 lanes are adequate. But then once you get to the intersections, obviously where traffic has to stop,
So
that's where we're keeping that.
there's a clear need for higher capacity at intersections, which I think we talked about during the last roundabout conversation, kind of getting more education on that. And then outside of that, is there anything else that informs why 4 lanes is adequate? Why is it that 4 lanes is adequate?
It's just the amount of flow that's per lane, basically. And that's in accordance with a lot of the standards that we've adopted from the FHWA and Caltrans, which is inner circulation element, actually. And that's how we designate these levels of service for road segments.
So we would be maintaining higher level standards at 4 lanes, and we would have a greater buffer between the road where people are driving and the residential and the homes on either side. I understand that North Melrose and Melrose in its entirety, and I appreciate the comments that North Melrose has been neglected, right, compared to South Melrose. These are precious neighborhoods. I love these neighborhoods. It was great to see you again, Maria. Thank you for speaking. And thank you to everyone I got to talk to this weekend when I went out and just shared the information that this discussion was going to be happening. Even though this is an important arterial road, it is also a road that goes through neighborhoods. And I think people deserve to have a little bit more space between their front yard and a vehicle that is traveling at speeds over 45 miles an hour. Folks in the community are characterizing this stretch of road as a freeway because it feels like it. You have very little buffer between that 6th lane and your residence. And that would make anyone feel like they're in a hostile environment. We spoke a little bit earlier about active transportation. That's walking, biking, rolling, strollers, wheelchairs. And I want people to feel comfortable walking in this area. I spoke to another neighbor on my route in your neighborhood who said that they would love to be able to ride their bike comfortably from their home to downtown, and enjoy a little bite to eat downtown, be able to take a protected bike path to Olive. We need to enhance Olive too, by the way, and move all the way to downtown and enjoy. I want our community to be able to be connected, to be able to move freely, and the cars are going to be able to continue to move freely based on the standards that we follow. But right now, we need to do better for people who live in neighborhoods and people who are walking, kids who are walking to school. There's a lot of schools in the area, absolutely. This is an urgent thing for them. And then in terms of accidents, right, it sounds like the closer we bring high-speed traffic to residential, the higher risk of collision on someone's property line. In addition to information about the number of accidents, I think important information to have is the type of accidents. Are people colliding into someone's fence line and into someone's house? Or are they getting into a fender bender? That's a very different experience, and I agree that that would be traumatic. I want people to have a healthy environment to live in, not a hostile environment. And it's not contiguous. It goes from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. It's not really meeting the need for reducing congestion. It just makes sense to give these communities that live on either side of Melrose a little bit more room to breathe. I'm in favor of it. I'm always happy to receive more information, but based on the information we have, which is reports from neighbors about accidents, some things not even reported. I appreciate the story about the trash cans in the recycling bin. I don't know if you reported that, right? We wouldn't have that information if you didn't come and tell us. So I really appreciate you telling us about that. If it weren't a recycling can, it could have been someone on a bicycle. And what would have happened if that car hit them? So I think that when you create complete open space and not enough structure, people end up barreling down the road. So creating a little bit more buffer is safer for everybody. Also, I have heard complaints about mail delivery access. I mean, that's an essential service. People need to be able to get their mail, and a surplus lane on that side is actually blocking people's ability to get mail. Is there any other information that I need to know in order to make a decision on this?
Yeah, I think, we've included all the information that we think supports the recommendation.
Okay. Well, I appreciate, the intention of previous councils to try to move things a little bit more fluidly, right, by expanding lanes. I think that had unintended consequences to the neighborhoods. And now that folks have been vocal about it and staff has kind of looked at a comparison of we can still move the same volume of commuters, I think it's going to be a reasonable accommodation for this neighborhood to have a little bit of a buffer around this freeway-like corridor. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept staff's recommendation on this and approve the restriping of North Melrose Drive.
You know, I am very concerned about the safety concerns, and I don't want anybody to die. But this is, we did this because of the concern that we heard about traffic not working efficiently in Vista. And, honestly, this is going to impact tens of thousands of Vistans that use this road. I am really concerned that I don't have all of the detailed data that I really want from staff. Ultimately, staff is bringing this proposal, and I understand it was at council request, but, we have not done a sufficient scientific exploration of the data here. if the data reveal that this would make us safer, then I will do it. If the data show that there's the same number of cars going the same speed, and I mean, you're telling me that in this stretch that we had a reduction of accidents, and I understand that you're saying that, it was the intersections, but, that said, we got the benefit of reduction in accidents and better throughput. You're not giving me the scientific data. This is a science question. To me, this is not what John thinks looks better. This is a scientific data question. Like my councilman colleague here, Joe Green, says, this is not magic, this is math. This is a mathematical question to me. If I can save lives by doing this, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like this doesn't come with an inconvenience to tens of thousands of residents of the city. It does. They were happy when we did this. You suggested this to us, and it's reduced accidents, and you've come to me tonight without telling me on a very low cost basis whether this is gonna, whether speeds have gone up or down. And it's really easy to ascertain, and it's a basic question. And I just want the scientific data before we make this decision that will inconvenience tens of thousands of Vistans, and if we need to do this, we need to do this. I understand that there was a fatality. Councilman Green reminds me that there was a little boy who stepped off the curb and was killed, and that's horrific. And, we don't ever want that kind of thing to happen, but the road did not get wider. It's the same road footprint. The sidewalk did not get narrower. So, the one variable here is that we added a third lane. We had super wide lanes, and we went to 3. Look, you're not giving me the positive scientific data to go, it definitely got more dangerous, and it will definitely save lives. You've given me some super conflicting information. You haven't brought me the ADT, the average daily traffic. You haven't brought me the speeds, and we have those data. We can measure those data, and they would really tell me something here. So I'm just not at a place where I could support this. I apologize. The ordinance allows, and we let everybody speak already. Yeah, I apologize, but I'm sorry. I just want to get the data so that we can make the right decision here. I'm very partial to the concerns that you're laying out, and you're making good arguments, and I'm very open to them. But this will inconvenience tens of thousands of people in the city, and I have to weigh the interest of a few against the interest of many. So I need a compelling argument. Anytime I put the interest of a few people ahead of the interest of tens of thousands, it has to be really compelling, right? So absolutely safety first, but that's why I need the data. If cars are not going any faster now than they were before, and there's not any more cars, and accidents are actually down in this stretch, then you haven't made a scientifically compelling argument to do this when it comes at the cost of the convenience and time of tens of thousands of people in this city. You've not put me in a position where I can join you in this decision. So let me have the data so that I can join you. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I want to thank the public for coming and enduring a very long meeting. Obviously, this is a serious concern. I share your concern. I was elected in 2018, and when I was going door to door in 2017 is when I started that. People were really concerned. 2018 people were extremely concerned, and I will share a little story about that. The first debate that we had, which was at the Shadow Ridge Country Club, I did pretty well at that debate, probably why I'm here. But that's not the point. The point is that when we finished that debate, I had 2 high schoolers come forward, and they were crying because of this decision. They said, I can't even walk where I live anymore because the cars are right up against. So I would challenge anybody who is going to vote against safety to go to your house and witness, because this is part of my district. This is part of Councilmember Melendez's district. I'm on one side, she's on the other. I know that this has had to change. I have advocated every single time we've talked about anything related to this stretch of road. And you can look at the public record, and I have said, this is ridiculous. You have schools around here. The children that live in my district are having to cross not 6 lanes, 7 lanes of traffic because you have a middle lane. You have a lot of people, believe it or not, still ride their bikes on a thin line. It is unacceptable. I will never prioritize cut-through traffic when it comes to public safety. Never. And it has been a long time coming that we have this discussion. You heard me advocate for the traffic circles, the roundabouts. I have advocated for speed humps. I didn't think that we would have, regardless of what information is in front of us, that we would have a unified body on any of this, because we didn't even on speed humps. But all you need is a majority on this council. A majority that really believes in a holistic, comprehensive way to address public safety. Because public safety isn't just hiring 10 more deputies. Public safety means that you are safe in your own home. Thank you for you saying that. Because right now, folks are not. I have seen too many walls come down because these vehicles are going. I don't need any more data. 2 in the last 4 months. I know we actually can't have a discussion like that, but I appreciate the information. I have seen it because I'm traveling all over the place. I primarily walk and take public transit. That's the main way. And I wish I could bike. I went to school at UC Santa Barbara. I had a bike there. Biked everywhere. I came back to Vista. I tried at different times. I live off of North Santa Fe. And I couldn't do it. It was not safe. We can have such a different city. We can have a city that is more connected. It is not fair and it is not okay. This would not happen in other places in Vista. That we continue to divide our communities with additional lanes to prioritize cut through traffic. And on my watch, that's not going to happen. I have been advocating for this since I got here. And it took 2 times to get elected for us to have this conversation right now. Sam, I have a question. I think it's very interesting, the data that we received about accidents. And Councilmember Melendez, you said, what's the type of accident? Do you have any information regarding the type of accidents? Do we have less fatalities now? Do we have more fatalities? Serious injuries?
Yeah, so the type definitely is different. So as I mentioned before, the restriping, when it was 4 lanes, we had a lot of rear end accidents at the intersections. And I think that's probably a reason or a result of congestion. And then with the proposal, obviously, we're leaving those 3 lanes approaching each intersection. But then I'm also looking at the accidents since the restriping, and I'm seeing a lot of the solo type accidents that hit object basically, which I would assume those are the vehicles that are going off the road and going into street light poles and fences and things like that. And as far as fatalities, there was that recent fatality, obviously, of the vehicle that was speeding, and I can't remember what they ran into. I think it was a street light pole or something like that.
Yeah, I spoke to that owner.
Yeah, and then but prior to that, I don't see any fatalities in the report. Yeah,
So-
not in the 5 years at least before.
So rear-ending, we also had folks that, there was parking on the side, right? At that point, the type of accident is a data point that's very important. Sometimes we can have all the data in front of us and not believe it. I believe it. I've seen it. I am so sick of seeing my community destroyed by high-speeding vehicles. So I 100% second your motion. And this has just been a serious deterioration of quality of life. I know it was a previous council. The goal was, let's help traffic move fast and free. But that has come to the detriment of community. And we really should be committed to safe routes to school. This is going to be an area, a stretch of road that you can't really imagine taking your kids on a bike right now. But with a protected bike lane, maybe that will change. I think we need to reduce speeds in this area. So I would like to see more information on the speeds. Come January 1st, 2024, the state legislation has made it so that we can actually reduce speeds. Sam, is this going to be part of our safety plan for the community for the $2 million SANDAG award that we got to evaluate
Actually,
speeds?
That's a citywide plan, which we'll be looking at speeds, but we're also planning to bring an item to the city council in January to look at the speeds on certain streets around the city to see if we can take advantage of the state legislation to reduce speed limits.
We should, because if I'm not mistaken, on this, on North Melrose, there is a crazy difference. There's like, you have one speed in this portion, and then you have another speed over here. There is no consistency. And I would much rather, again, this is a situation where, is this 3 lanes that we did, does it help a family, someone get home to their family by 7 seconds to the detriment of loss of life? This is something that I question, and I don't know if you remember, but when I got on council, I questioned the rationale for widening our streets. And I do recall that there was no base study done to analyze why we even, so we talk about data. There was no data provided to say that we needed to do this. We didn't have a base study. So now we have a different council, and I'm ready. I'm ready to get a bike. We're going to have a whole network of protected bike lanes. I know you've seen the green striping. That's just the beginning. We, as a council, have allocated $1.7 million to a protected bike network here in the city. Then we allocated $450,000 more because I don't think having those little flexi posts are enough. We need to have a curb. So is this proposed protected bike lane going to be curb and the flexi post, kind of like the other design that we were looking at in some other areas?
Yes, we are consistently, we'd be doing that. Any protected bike lane would have both of those.
Awesome. So this is a whole new way to connect. And I have advocated, because listen, the Inland Rail Trail, I can't wait for that to come to fruition, but we don't have like a ton of control over that. This protected bike lane on North Melrose, if we could get the city of Oceanside to help us out, we can actually be able to connect this protected bike lane to the San Luis Rey River protected Class 1 bike lane. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, we can do this. If we say yes to this, we can move forward and beat Caltrans and Sandag's timeline, right? We're going to need to get City of Oceanside involved, maybe the county as well. But we can actually have a way for our residents to bike as a family, or for recreation by yourself, or whatever the case might be, from where you live right now to the ocean. That would be awesome. So I am 100% in favor of this. It makes me so upset to have witnessed over the course of a few years so many homes destroyed. And we are lucky that we are not seeing a higher fatality number. We are lucky. And we know that if we keep up, we are going to run out of luck unless we reverse course and make this corridor safe. So thank you so much. I appreciate everybody, whether you're for it or against it. This is the type of public discussion we need to have. Are we going to prioritize cut-through traffic in Vista? Or are we going to protect our residents that live here? So thank you so much. And thank you, staff. I know I'm very demanding. I'm an Aries. I'm sorry. I have a lot of demands for public safety. And I really appreciate this coming forward as a staff recommendation after careful analysis of what we can do to make our community better. So thank you. I really appreciate the hard work.
Can you repeat those numbers? You said there were 0 fatalities from 13 to 18?
Yes, that's correct.
And there were how many from 18 to 23?
One.
One. Okay.
This is between Olive and North, just that one segment.
Okay. Okay. I don't understand why we can't get the data. If the data support the hypothesis, then, maybe I could join you in this. But here's my problem is, first it's, roundabouts in Beaubier. Now it's reducing lanes and, on Melrose, which is, one of the busiest arterial roadways in the city. And, I'm sorry if it just looks to me like it's an effort to wage war against people who drive to work for a living, which is the vast majority of the people who live in the city. People need their automobiles to be able to get where they're going, and continuing to choke the throughput of our arterial roadways because we don't like cars, it just doesn't square with me, and I don't think it's going to square with the vast majority of the motoring public. So I'm just not in a place where I can get behind it, not without more data to be absolutely convinced that this is necessary for the public safety. When the public convenience, and I've got demonstrated here from 34 to 24 accidents, major reduction in accidents. We've got one fatality in 10 years is not a significant, 34 versus 24 is a statistically significant piece of information, but 1 versus 0 is not statistically significant. I can't draw any inferences from that statistically. So I don't have the information here, and I'm concerned that the direction that we are going is chipping away at the efficiency and throughput of our arterial roadway system, which is the most important part of our roadways that serve every one of the families that we represent. So I just don't think I'm going to be able to get there. I'm sorry. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Sam and Greg, thank you again for all your hard work, and staff, and thank you to the entire audience for sticking through this for as late as it's been. I know it's one of our longest meetings in a while, so and I don't think it's going to be over in the next half hour either. So, do you know? So you already, one of my questions was how many fatalities there were. So I appreciate you answering that question. But for the accidents that we have had, you said the majority in the past were fender benders. In the last 5 years, there's been 24. Opposed to 34 in the past. But do we know the rate of speed at which those accidents took place?
I would have to go through each collision report from the Sheriff's Department to ascertain the speeds. But just to also clarify, maybe they weren't necessarily fender benders before, but they were rear-end accidents, which are typically caused by congestion approaching the intersections of Olive and North. And in my assessment, the reason why they got reduced after the 6 lanes is because of the relief, not total relief, but less of a congestion at the intersections. And again, this proposal would still maintain those 3 lanes at Olive and North. So in my assessment, at least, I don't think they'll go into the 4 lanes in between would contribute to additional rear-end accidents.
So just so I'm clear, based on your most reasonable, knowledgeable understanding of the information that's been provided, what you're saying is that this should not negatively impact traffic if we were to move forward with this.
Correct. I don't think it would affect the traffic flow definitely, for sure, because again, the capacity is needed at the signalized intersections. When the traffic is just running between signals, especially at the rate, the level that the street carries, it should not affect that at all. But it's the capacity is needed to get the traffic through signalized intersections where we're leaving those 3 lanes. And as far as safety as well, I believe actually it should reduce what I'm seeing in the report in the last 5 years, the kind of the single vehicle type accidents running off the road and so on, because the 6 lanes brought an additional lane right next to the curb, basically.
I mean, I don't think any of us have ever driven down North Melrose and not had somebody try and cut us off, just to be honest. So what do you have information on, like, what time of day those single vehicle accidents are taking place?
I would have to go through that and summarize it, but just looking at some of them, yeah, I mean, there's quite a few of them I would have to go through.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. So you were a part of the decision, well, not the decision-making body, but part of the information gathering when they originally decided to expand this. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was the decision behind that, or the reasoning behind that? Was it simply just to reduce congestion?
Yes.
Or did we see a larger benefit to the public? Did we look at safety measures? Did we look at anything else that maybe negatively impacted when we did this? Or was it solely the sole purpose and the only goal was to try and reduce the amount of traffic and congestion in that area?
Yeah, congestion relief was the prime objective.
Okay. In your opinion, well, actually, let me back up. So the other thing that I see in here is that after multiple complaints from residents, do you know how many complaints we've had?
I would have to go back through my database, but they all came to me, and I mean, I would say dozens.
Yeah, okay. What has changed in your opinion, I'm talking about in your own personal opinion, based on the recommendations you made in 2018 versus now, what's changed that you believe that this is actually a better idea to move forward with?
Hearing from the residents.
Yeah. So I just want to reflect back on a couple weeks ago when this body realized a flaw in a decision that we had made. And in order to right that decision, we went back and corrected it so that we could talk about, I don't want to say the wrong decision, although this seems like it might be, but we talked about an error in that decision-making process and we corrected it. And what I'm seeing before us now is an opportunity to, years later, correct something that we didn't really fully look at all of the avenues, all of the things that could have the negative consequences, because we were trying to focus solely on one thing. I can tell you, and Mayor, I appreciate your sentiments on it. We both ran a campaign, talked to a lot of people at the same time. One of the top 3 concerns I always heard was traffic and the speed and the rate of traffic. And I can tell you that when we have the conversations regarding Sycamore and South Melrose, I will be one of the people strongly suggesting that we lower the rate of speed on those roads, because even though they are arterial roadways, they are very dangerous roads. Looking at all that has gone into this, and sir, I appreciate your comments. I know your son's probably up past his bedtime, but I would hate for you to have come and spoke before this body, and God forbid something were to happen. We talk about lanes not being that directly impacted. Well, you're talking about going from 18-foot lane. Well, let me ask you, how wide are the current lanes at the moment?
11 to 12 feet wide.
So they're each 12 feet. So
Actually,
let's just say,
they are 11 feet wide.
So let's just...
Not 12, yeah.
So we went from 17.5-foot wide lanes down to 11.5-foot lanes. Is that correct, roughly?
No, we had parking and a wider bike lane before.
Okay, so but there was some type of median to protect. There was some type of protection from the lanes versus the sidewalk or any pedestrian.
There was a big buffer, correct? Yeah.
I really wish I had the rate of speed, and I'm thankful that there's only been one more fatality, but that's still a 100% increase, and I know that's not really a huge data point to work off of, but if we're looking at data that is accurate. I would like to move forward with this. I do think that for the safety of the public, it is an opportunity for us to correct something that was not fully thought through, I think, the first time that we moved to change it. So I'm going to be in support of it. I appreciate, again, everybody being here tonight. Yeah, that's all I have for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. So when I look on the correlation to city goals here, it says to continue to improve traffic flow and traffic for all forms of travel. I know that when we made the decision before, do you know what the exact same recommendation was and what goal it applied to?
I think we added the all modes of travel that wasn't in the.
Exactly. We didn't have all the other traffic. So like I say, before when we made the decision, it was based off what our current city goals were at that time. And just like Dan says, when I go out and I meet with people, traffic is a big thing, man, you know, and I haven't received any real support from like, community standpoint, people who don't live on Melrose, but I know this particular area is one of the only areas of Melrose that abuts a residential area so tightly. I'd also like to figure out where you got just the one fatality. Maybe that was actually on the street, but the lady who spoke earlier, somebody died in her yard and her next door neighbor's yard within the last 2 years or something. So those might not be definitely on the road, so they might not be affected, but those are clearly, unforeseen impacts per se, I would say, of people speeding so close to the property line over there. I do want to make sure that we listen to what the mayor is saying, though, when it comes to data. I'm not just going to say, hey, there were a lot of unintended consequences from the poor decision that was made, because I really don't feel like it was a poor decision. I feel like the data that we do have from a data standpoint, kind of like the mayor says, is we reduced accidents by, 10 accidents, 33%, okay? We did relieve congestion in that area. People are kind of, able to move through more freely than, if they were in a car before. Additionally, in addition to just the people here, we also get a lot of ads to Packet. And one of the ads to Packet that kind of caught my eye was from a gentleman by the name of Matt Kumaris, he actually works with a lot of kids here, CEO of the Boys and Girls Club. And his take on this was, as someone who rides their bike to work during daylight savings times, I love the idea of designated bike lanes, but feel that eliminating car lanes on Melrose would be a nightmare. It's a major artery for commuters. I hardly ever see people biking to work and don't think this addition would increase more bike riders substantially. I'm excited for the rail trail and hope it to be completed. So this is a guy who actually rides his bike to work pretty regularly during daylight savings and doesn't see a ton of them. I know the rebuttal is, well, the infrastructure is not good. So if we build the infrastructure, more people will ride the bikes. Question I have is it possible to add a protected bike lane with the current footprint right now with the 3 lanes? Because as a council, and even though I don't know that we were all in agreement to allocate $2.15 million towards protected bike lanes, it has been allocated. And if we can't install the bike lanes that we agreed to pay for because of the layout of the road, that's a question I have for you. Because the majority of this council has decided that spending $2.15 million on not just the little plastic things, but also protected bike lanes and stuff like that, it's necessary, and we want to put those lanes in as a majority of the council. So my question to you is, if I don't do this, can I still accomplish the goal of my council of protected bike lanes?
No, without this, we were.
The easy answer is no.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so I like that. The other thing that I have, and mind you, I'm a data junkie. I love, math. I'm totally like, show me, did the speed increase or decrease? I really want to know that. Knowing that this road will still have the capacity to service residents is a big thing for me. I've always thought when I drive through this area, why aren't there more school zone speed limit signs? Okay, this road services 3 schools. 3 packed out schools, one that has hundreds of kids waiting on a waiting list for it at Vita Middle School. Then you got Maryland Elementary School and you got High Tech High. High Tech High is a high school, just like Vista High School. Why we do not have school zone ahead, slow to 25 miles. I shouldn't need a government mandate from the state of California to tell me I can change the speed limit right there. So personally, I feel like, that should have been something that was done a long time ago that we overlooked that was a mistake, because that's a school. We used to actually have our Rising Stars Awards breakfast at New Haven, right behind High Tech High. And you would see tons of kids there and cars and teachers. So it is a legit school. And just because it's not a, VUSD public school, it is mandated by VUSD. VUSD recognizes it as a charter school, and I feel like we should recognize it as a school as well. So even if we do the lane restriping, which I want to make sure we know it's only $50,000, okay? It's $50,000 to restripe these lanes, okay? The money we're spending on the bike, protected lanes is totally separate from this $50,000. And that was my thing is, hey, I don't want to waste taxpayers' money doing this. But the same token, I don't want to ignore taxpayers or residents. And I also can't imagine, I've been married for 25 years. I got a wife, I got 4 kids, I got 2 grandkids. I just had a daughter who had a baby that's less than 2 months old, little Kala, she's gorgeous. But if a car ran through my backyard and somebody died in my backyard with my pregnant daughter and my grandkid and my family, and they all had to see that crap, and I thought that it was because I added an extra lane on the road, wow, okay? And that's what you're telling me, all right? I obviously would have never thought somebody's gonna die in your backyard because I'm trying to free up traffic congestion. So is that an unintended consequence? 5,000%. This is something that we don't see in data and see in studies. For me, I am opposed to doing things without the proper data, but I do feel like there is enough information for this area right here to say, hey, this isn't a regular area of Melrose, okay? I'm not restriping down by, OG's Pizza and the courthouse and all of that stuff. You're still maintaining the entrance and exits to the intersections. You're gonna have a long queuing area between Olive and Melrose right there, past the SDG&E Park, where it will go down to 2 lanes from 3 lanes. So I feel like you've kind of thought about all of my safety concerns and rebuttals for traffic flow. So this is something that I think that I am gonna go ahead and support. I do wanna make sure that the 2 biggest reasons why I'm supporting this is, number one, the voice of the residents. And I'm not here to inconvenience thousands for the benefit of a few per se. But when we do these studies of what type of traffic rolls through Melrose and rolls through Vista Way, I don't know what the percentage is. Is it 60 to 70%? I mean, what's the actual percentage of cut through traffic?
Hard to pin down.
But we got those Bluetooth things, right? Where we track trips and things.
I think we were able to ascertain maybe somewhere between 30 and 40%, which
Okay.
is very significant, obviously. That's the difference between free traffic flow and congestion.
Yeah, so if we didn't have, not that we want to discourage those 40%, because getting people into our town to spend money is a big deal, okay? We want people to want to come to Vista. We want people to want to drive through Vista. I don't ride bikes. I don't jog. I don't walk. Hopefully that doesn't surprise you. But I have kids who have bikes, and I know that Karina and Katie, bike all the time, and they like public transport. So I love their perspective. And although I don't agree with all their ideas sometimes, as people, they're amazing. And the fact that they sacrifice their Tuesday night and Taco Tuesdays to argue with me about a roundabout is amazing, all right? So I really feel like this is gonna end up being a benefit for the community. I am going to tentatively say that I'm going to support this. However, I do feel like the additional information is still needed, okay? I want to know how much the speed increased or decreased over here. Also, I think from a city standpoint, we need to make sure people know that the reason we're doing this is not only to protect our residents, but also improve mobility. And I've always disliked the term freedom of movement, because I move via a vehicle and it impedes my freedom of movement. But I've seen this increase in electric bikes and in electric scooters. And before I flew over my handlebars and broke my arm and my ankle, I loved my electric scooter, and there was horrible infrastructure for it. So I think having improved infrastructure for the e-bikes and the e-scooters and those little one-wheeled things that the crazy people with helmets roll around on is a really big thing to do. And I do feel like we have enough information as a council to make this decision, and being that it's only $50,000, it's like 0.000007335% of my budget. I don't feel like I'm wasting taxpayers' money. So I feel like this is something that we should definitely move forward with. I think we definitely need to get more information on what it's going to do for the community, get the information out to the community on why we are doing it, and also that it is a staff recommendation, okay? I know it was brought forward by council members to say, hey, what can we do here? But at the end of the day, I had engineers, I had studies, I had traffic studies done, and the data that came back said, hey, based off of dozens and dozens of resident complaints, this is what we need to do for our actual residents who live here. And I want to listen. So I'm okay with it. I do think we need more data as we move forward. One thing I do want to throw on here too is the 25 mile an hour. I don't want that to go away, all right? I think that that is a school zone right there. I think the kids coming down across North Drive from Maryland right there, that's a school zone too. There actually is somebody who crosses them, I want to say, at Melrose Drive right there. So I feel like we should have that whole stretch is a residential neighborhood and school zone crossings, because all those kids cross from that community to go to school. So in addition to this, there needs to be some speed mitigation and clear signage that this is a school zone. And maybe if we would have thought about that a little bit harder, and mind you, it may have been a church. I don't know if Trade Tech High even took over at that point, but knowing the traffic that we get from a school standpoint now, it's definitely necessary. So thank you for bringing it forward, staff, and thank you for your work. Appreciate it.
Sam, the curb is 6 inches all the way along this stretch, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's a big curb. Takes a lot of speed to get up over it. I mean, most tires, except for maybe trucks, that's more than a third of the height of the wheel. So it really takes a lot of speed to get over that curb. This is why, if you were bringing me the information about the accidents, and I knew it wasn't people that were going 100 miles an hour that, at 3 in the morning, which this is going to have no bearing on. But I don't know, because staff has brought us a recommendation, and they haven't brought me the accident information. We don't know what time of day it was or how fast the people were going. If there are people veering off the highway, you have not given me any information. You're a data scientist. That is at the core of what you do as an engineer. And I don't have, there is no study before me. I got 3 sheets of paper in the agenda report. I got no data that suggests that that the change that we made 5 years ago made us less safe. I got no information about the specific accidents. So, again, as I weigh the interest of tens of thousands of commuters in our city versus, somebody's trash can, which is a real concern. If it's your trash can, I get it. I'd like to be with you on this, but you won't wait a couple of more weeks to get the information. And if you can't wait for the details to make the right, for me to be able to feel comfortable making a decision, then I can't get with you on this. You've got no data here that convinced me, and you haven't said anything as a data scientist to convince me that the change caused these, vehicular, departures from the roadway. We don't have any of the specifics on any of these accidents that would convince me that it was the third lane. But, and if that was the case and you had the data and you're going, here's 5 examples of where the third lane, we measured the speeds are higher now. But I'm guessing to get my car up, let me tell you, if I hit the curb going even 45 miles an hour at 6 inches, it's going to tear the axle off beneath my car. So I don't know how fast you got to be going to mount the curb and get up over it in somebody's backyard. But I'm guessing there was alcohol involved. I'm guessing there were very high rates of speed. And I just don't actually believe you that reducing this lane is going to stop somebody from going 80 miles an hour who's been drinking on a Friday night at 3 a.m. That's going to have no bearing on it. But it is going to inconvenience tens of thousands of people. And you won't wait, what? Well, I mean, I'm wanting somebody to convince me. I'm wanting to be with you on this. I'll convince you. But you're not giving me any scientific data so I can join you. I saw you crying but in the beginning for a little kid. See my son? There's a little crying material. I see your son, and if, the issue is whether or not we're going to make decisions with the information or without the information. Deputy Mayor Contreras. And can we have one more round and can we go home? I don't think we're changing anybody's minds at this point.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to officially be in the public record that I support Council Member Green's suggestion about the 25 miles per hour zone. So, yeah, it's just, to me, it's just sad that this decision was made without information, but then to rectify it, there needs to be such a high level of information. So I don't know. It just seems a little disingenuous to me. In any case, I really appreciate the public. And if people hate the traffic circle that, we voted for, and they hate this restriping, that you know exactly who to vote against, right? But if you like it, then you know who to keep. So, que tengan una buena noche.
Councilmember Green.
So I will just appeal to you, Mr. Mayor, and say that I am not one to make decisions based off of feelings either. And I want to make sure that you understand that the question that I asked, our traffic engineer about our protected bike lanes, we have already committed to spend $2 million, even though, I might not have been in agreement to it. As a council, we're doing that, right? So, just like Councilmember Contreras and Melinda said, like, whether you support it or not, we have to build these bike lanes because we've already allocated it, and we're going to build them. And at the end of the day, yes, they wanted them and you didn't. We stand by it and say, so, I feel like you can vote against it because you've always, it's kind of how that's what you do. I don't have to have 100% agreement on this, but I do want to make sure my logic on it is twofold. Number one, I feel like there have been more fatality, serious accidents. Even though we've had a less number of accidents, they've been much more serious accidents than before. And number two, by approving this, I am able to work with my council to agree on something maybe I wasn't 100% behind, but I know it's being done, and it does abide by our goals that we've agreed on as a majority of the council. So for me, the reason why I want to agree with this is because it is a goal of the council. It is accomplishing a goal of the council. I have a very loud constituency that lives there that has to deal with this every day, and it's going to allow us to complete our complete bike lane protected bikes project. And I'll tell you what, in addition to just having that 6-inch curb, now you're going to have another curb and some rods that are going to keep those people out of those yards. So that little boy sitting next to my very, very vocal and not maintaining decorum, constituent there will be much more safe because of this. So one thing that you can guarantee you're doing by allocating this extra $50,000 is improving safety for every resident on Melrose. You don't need data for that. You're improving safety for families. You're improving safety for kids who are walking to school, kids who want to bike to school. And at the end of the day, that's all the data that I need. So I don't know what happened with the speed going up and down. I don't know how much quicker people are getting home from work because of the extra lane, but I do know that I'm going to improve safety for a lot of kids going to a lot of schools, and that I'm really also going to be giving an olive branch to my amazing council right here and say, hey, man, I agree. It is what it is, and I value safety. So that's my pitch to you. It's not data, it's not science, but it is data when it comes to there's 3 schools, thousands of kids walking up and down this road, and I got cars that are driving 60 miles an hour within 12 inches of a kid right now without any room for a bike to drive. And I got 4 kids. If my kid or my grandkids are walking down that sidewalk, thank you for giving them additional space from this big, scary vehicle that could mow them down. So there's my data. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Applause is inappropriate, but thank you.
And by the way, I think I might join you on the 25-mile-an-hour school zone. Look, it's not. This is not personal animus. This is. I just want information, and you have to have it tonight. And this is something that's 5 years in the making. And you want it. You want it right now. You refuse to wait for the information so that we can make a more informed decision. That's fine. I don't support that model of decision making. And there have been several things that this council has decided that we have to vote on it right now. We don't care about having the information to convince you. We don't care about being convinced. We're going to vote on feelings. And I just not how I operate. And so I'm registering my no vote to demonstrate that I'm not happy about not having the data. By the way, I'm kind of equally not happy with staff. You put this on the agenda, you should have brought the data. I'm kind of not happy about that, honestly. You know, this was simple data to bring, the information about the accidents. This is the relevant information to this decision. You know, I don't have any information about this fatality in this nice lady's backyard. I don't know if it was related, I don't know if it was a roadway accident. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's the one fatality. You haven't brought me the information. So, you know, guys, we can keep going till midnight here. I don't think we're changing any minds. We've got Councilmember Melendez, and then I'll yield, and can we go home after we vote?
Sure.
Councilmember Melendez.
You're welcome to call the question, Dan. I will break down my argument for why I am voting yes and advocating for this, so it's super clear. For us to go from 4 lanes to 6 lanes, we can maintain the appropriate federal standard to carry those necessary 36,000 vehicles through this corridor per day. We can do that. And we can create a comfortable buffer between residential homes and high-speed lanes of traffic, which I also support reducing speed around the schools. We can create a comfortable buffer, which may allow for ease of pedestrian access and more mobility options, which is one of our city goals. And I will say that Sam and I just had a conversation earlier this week, and I really kind of dug into the process of some of the engineering activities that we do here in the city. And subjective analysis is a form of data. Being able to observe what the street is like, being able to hear the lived experience of the residents is a form of valuable data. It's not just making a decision on emotions, it's lived experience of our community. And knowing that we're going to be able to carry those 36,000 vehicles through this corridor and keep that standard, that high standard that we follow, sounds good to me. We get to have a nice little buffer between that thoroughfare and people's homes. It's pretty reasonable to me. So that's where I'm at, and I'm ready to vote.
That motion is approved with 4 in favor and 1 against. If you have comments for the public that you'd like to make, could you give me a little raise of the hand? Otherwise, we could dispense with it and go home. Does anybody have important comments that need to be made? Councilmember O'Donnell, you get the only comment tonight.
All right, guys, now that you all want to go home, I'm going to take 15 minutes on the mic. Just real quick, I had my North County Dispatch meeting recently. There's not a lot to report from the meeting, but I just do want to commend all of our fire and first responders from across North County. The level of just planning that went into a potential hurricane and making sure that we were constantly in communication, even at our city level, and even though it ended up being a tropical storm, knowing that we are being protected by the men and women that wear a uniform every single day, I'm grateful for. So I just wanted to give them a quick kudos. And, you know, I know we're all in a rush, but I just wanted to quickly share a story from being the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. I don't know if we all know the story of the man in the red bandana. Most of us probably do at this point, but if you don't, it's a good one because it's a gentleman, Wes Crawley. He worked on the 104th floor of the North Tower, I believe. Grew up always wanted to be a fireman. And the red bandana that he had, it was a gift from his grandfather when he was real little, and he held on to it his entire life. And the day the towers were hit, well, he didn't become a fireman, he ended up becoming a stockbroker. So he was on the 104th floor, and the days the towers were hit, he rescued about a dozen people, and he had his out. And he could have left. He found the stairwell, he had everybody coming down, and he saw a group of firefighters going up the stairs, and instead of heading out of the building, he joined them. And before he even found the stairwell, he looked around, and this is something I think that we can all realize, that even though we have so many differences, in the moment of death staring him in the face, He looked around in a room that was filled with smoke and told everybody, and I will quote it, "Everyone who can stand, stand now. If you can help others, do so." And regardless of where we stand politically or just in life in general, it is always our obligation to uplift one another and make sure that we are taking care of the people around us in our communities. So I just wanted to share that story because it's very inspirational. It really touched me yesterday when I saw it. It was not the first time I saw it, but for some reason it really resonated. So I just wanted to share it with everybody, and that's all I have. I wish you all a very good night. So.
Well said, Councilmember. I think Julia Shriver is not with us. She had pulled a comment card. Okay. With that, let's adjourn tonight in the memory of those who gave their lives on September 11th in service of others. Thank you all.
Glad you made that meeting at 8 o'clock, huh? You thought you were going to have the emergency
Right?
meeting start
Oh
at
my
7, you
gosh,
liar.
right.
I told you. I told you.